Welcome everybody to the CWMU Advisory Committee meeting. My name is Justin Shannon. I chair the committee and I'm the Chief of Wildlife and I work for the Utah Division of Wildlife Resources. It's February 22nd and we have got a pretty full agenda, everybody. First, we're gonna start with welcome and introductions. And so I think we started on this side of the table last time. Let's go Mike's side, or we got Clint down there.
Clint McLean, Public Hunter.
Mike Lutter.
Greg Wilding, at large.
Mike Christensen. Tim Price. Eric Thacker.
Chris Robinson.
Very good. So I think we have 7 of our 8 committee members. We miss Representative Ferry tonight. Okay. The other 2 people I'd like to welcome and introduce is Chad Wilson. He's our public lands, private lands, public wildlife coordinator. And do we have Kristen online as well for minutes?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yep, we got you, Kristen. We'll be checking in with you a bunch after each motion. So I'm glad you can join us. Next on the agenda, we have our CWMU Advisory Committee process. Essentially how this will work tonight is for the various variances and different things that we hear on these agenda items, we'll first hear from Chad introducing the topic for us and giving us a little bit of information. And then if the operator is here, I'd love to hear from the operator on their viewpoints as well for why either an extended elk season is being requested or an underacreage variance or non-contiguous. And so I think we'll limit that to 10 minutes of hearing from the operator. The reason we're going to limit that is we've got a lot of agenda items tonight. After we hear from operators, we'll have questions from the committee, and that could be either directed to the operator or to the division. And at that point, we'll turn it over to committee discussion and we'll call for a motion. So the only other thing I have on this is an approval of the agenda. I think that's been posted online. Everybody's had a chance to see it. Any qualms with the agenda? Are we good? Okay. Oh, very good. Okay, let's start in on number 3 then. Tunnel Hollow. This is an extended elk season. And Chad, do you want to present this for the committee?
Yeah, I'd be glad to. Feels like this is our weekly CWMU Advisory Committee meeting, right? We're just here. Yeah, Tunnel Hollow just is putting in a request for an extended bull season. It's they're looking to go to the end of November, so a 30-day extension. The reason is a lot of bulls migrate onto the CWMU late in November and even into December. They're saying that those elk are coming from a couple ranches there on that unit that don't allow any hunting. Just a little bit more background there. They don't have any antlerless tags on the unit. We're in discussion right now of whether they take 5 this fall. They'd be on board for that. Traditionally, they've had 20 bull elk tags and have had pretty good success. However, this fall they are switching down to 10 bull elk tags. And if you look through old files, this CWMU started out a while back ago as Lone Tree Taylor Hollow. It switched to Lone Tree Tunnel Hollow, and now it's Tunnel Hollow. So not encompassing, a lot of that was land changes. So name changes with the land changes. So it's not the exact same as what it was back when it was, but a big chunk of it is. Jake did call, the operator Jake called me this afternoon, said he's not able to make it. He's in calving season, so felt like he needed to be there. So he wanted to send his apologies for it. Yeah, that's it.
All right, thank you. So Chad, the operator, won't be here tonight. Jake, is that correct? Okay. Any questions for Chad?
I have just a brief one. I see the Jacobs Creek, the 5S, and this Tunnel Hollow are all basically asking for the same thing, and it appears for the same reasons. Is there any rhyme or reason that any rule of thumb or other guidance we should deploy in deciding on all three, or are they strictly separate issues, unrelated, with no common themes?
So, yeah, and I missed a lot of what I was going to say at the beginning. Thank you, Chris. 5S and Tunnel Hollow border each other. So they're right next to each other, and they're all in the same hunting unit. So Jacobs Creek is across the valley, Morgan Valley, the backside of Wasatch Front, and then these are over kind of by East Canyon Reservoir. So I think 5S and specifically 5S and Tunnel Hollow are both saying they're heavy on bulls, that they have a lot of bulls coming in, that there's not a lot of cows. And it's the same area, so they are probably at least similar situations. Jayla, the biologist, could maybe touch on that a little bit more if you wanted. But maybe a little bit more guidance too is, as the division, I was going to say this coming into that, is all of these variances, or they're seeking for variances because they go against the rule, right? So as the division, it's none of these variances are going to be supported by us, or I don't know. I hope I'm phrasing that right. But yeah, it's something that we're not going to recommend for these variances to pass. We have had discussions too, as far as these extended elk season variances, of whether there needs to be some antlerless harvest of minimum, harvesting as many antlerless as you do bulls, or other metrics like that, that I think we'll continue those discussions internally and try to come up with some good guidelines there.
I've got a question too. So can you talk to us about any other CWMUs that have a similar extended hunt like this?
There are some. There's quite a few, and I'm trying to think off the top of my head. I'm pretty sure Grass Valley does, right, to the 30th? So yeah, Grass Valley goes to the 30th. It's a little bit different of an operation because they're a really big CWMU that has a lot of hunters, and so I mean, what, 100 and something cow tags? Do they do that many, Dave? 70, but significant amount of cow tags too. There's others that there's various ones that go to November 10th, November 20th. We don't have any that go past November 30th. So that's kind of where we've drawn a line for now. But
So you said that the division doesn't necessarily usually support those. Is that the case across the board with all of them where they've been extended like that? You didn't really support it, but Wildlife Board did?
yeah, so some of that history is, honestly, as I was talking to Covey in prep for this meeting, was that I don't know that we even brought those before here. And I think traditionally we have, well, for extended seasons, I feel like we haven't really opposed those in the past, and just we have, I guess, supported those. Underacreage, we've always been in opposition to those.
Right, understand. Thanks. So why are they going from 20 bulls to 10?
Just the lack, and maybe Jayla, we were talking earlier, but she's the biologist over that. Do you want to tackle this, or you want me to give it a stab? Go for it. just the amount of bulls and the quality that they're seeing, just felt like it was the right thing, that it'd be better hunting to go to cut those in half.
That I talked to Jake with, and this is Jake's, like, from what I just talking with Jake. I'm Jayla Walden, just for, I don't know, record keeping, I guess. So in talking with Jake, he just wanted to make sure that, I just lost my train of thought. I know, I totally lost my train of thought. So.
Why you cut tags?
I could probably speak better.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a appropriate or not.
Let's keep it to the division at this point, so.
Okay, sounds good. Let me get back to you on that for a second, because now I can't remember what it was.
Okay.
so.
I've got a couple other questions anyways.
Hey, Jayla, while you're thinking about it you want to go talk to Justin?
Huh?
Yeah, that might be a good thing.
I know the answer as to why.
Okay.
Oh,
All
okay.
right.
See if that will jog your memory.
So we don't, when you do have those extended dates at the end, we don't, like we do with deer, shift the beginning dates too, do we?
No, we haven't.
So why do we do it with deer and not with elk?
I think for the deer, there's a rut issue there that, you know, we also do it at November 10th, but that's been some internal discussion that we've honestly been having too, is if we care, like if what those season dates are for elk and if they should be a 61-day season like they are for deer, and that if you want a later hunt, that you just shift it to a later hunt and have options. So it is something that probably when we take the rule out, that's going to be a discussion of how to handle that. But yeah, currently it's not set in rule and there can be a variance. So
Yeah. And so it makes it a 90-day hunt effectively if we extend it. Yeah. So, you know, and probably all of us are thinking about the same with these variances. Boy, if they are accomplishing a goal for the division, not just giving a CWMU operator a benefit for no reason, because November hunts are tough on elk. They are. And if we're in an area where,
So Jayla, Justin, hey, Jayla, you guys want to take it out? Yeah, you're really loud. Thank you.
thanks, Justin. So, you know, at least me sitting on this committee, I'm interested if it's also checking the box for the division and accomplishing something. I know that you don't support them. I get that. But I don't want to just give a CWMU operator a benefit just for no reason. We're already cooperating. They've already got a CWMU. They've already got a nice big long season. And so, you know, how will the public benefit from that? How will the herd benefit from it? And will the biologist also support it? I think that's probably what I'm going to be most interested in looking at. I don't know about the rest of you guys, but these variances are always very, very difficult. So as I'm preparing for this meeting, I've been thinking, okay, what are my list of reasons that I would consider a variance? And that's the short list of what those reasons are. I just don't think it can just be a benefit to a CWMU operator just because, hey, that'd be nice if we can keep smoking bulls all year long right to the end. If we had a struggling elk herd in there, that'd be enough for me to say, well, no, we're not doing that. You know, I've heard some operators say, well, but the elk all come down on me and they're all feeding on my property at that time. Well, kind of. It's during the winter and they're eating sagebrush and other things, and you don't usually have an alfalfa field growing at that time. So you're not really getting hammered. So anyway, does that make sense?
yeah.
All right, that's kind of what we want to talk to the biologists about a little bit and see if we can get some perspective about these things, at least from my perspective. Thanks, Chad.
Any other questions for Chad? I think we had a couple down here.
Why have they not been hunting cows on that CWMU?
And so Eric Anderson was the previous biologist, but Eric and Jake got together and Eric wasn't seeing what he thought was enough cows for them to harvest. So, and I have some of that from emails from Eric, but yeah, he was kind of on the same page that there wasn't room for a lot of antlerless harvest there, that there were more bulls than cows.
So last question, then I'll let, is there any indication that adding hunting pressure in November will not just keep the elk off the ranch another 30 days?
Yeah, that's a good question. It's hard to know and what that would do.
Chad, do you know where we are objective-wise for the elk population in this unit?
I don't. I know we're over, and I think we're quite a bit over, but
Does she have that information?
Covey, yeah,
Or does
Jayla
Covey?
probably does. Do you, Covey?
I don't, but I believe they just flew that, I think it was this year. So Jayla should be here and have those numbers.
She's talking to Justin now.
So maybe since this is in her district, we got to have that conversation later and bring her back in the room. I think I'll go do that, so.
Justin, could I ask one more thing? You said Tunnel and 5S are adjacent, and are they proximate to the Jeremy Ranch and the 910 Cattle Company?
So,
it says the west side of Lewis Peak, and
yeah, Tunnel's right there on 84. So you have Tunnel 84, and then 5S is kind of by the reservoir, closer to the reservoir. So then you have the reservoir, then you have Jeremy Ranch Road. So, I mean, it is definitely close enough for elk to come.
yeah, I mean, I know the Jeremy and the 910 well, and I know that there's a lot, 910 is pretty big property, 8,800 acres, something, no hunting. There could well be a lot of elk that migrate onto this property.
Yeah.
I know on our, we get a lot of elk from the North Slope onto our Echo Canyon properties, and there could be no elk, but it's a lot later than November when they show up usually, unless it's an early winter. I don't know to what degree November will have a big bearing. Is it just a 10-day increase?
No,
I mean, a
they're
20-day increase from November 10 to 30?
No, it'd be because the elk stop October 31st. So
Oh,
it'd be
October
November
31st.
1st to
A full
November
30
30th.
days.
Yep, full month.
Yeah, I've got a couple questions for you, I think. Okay, so when we were just looking at the hunt planner, it showed that there's only one bull elk tag to the public. Has that change been made from 10 to 20, or from 20 down to 10 already?
It's for this upcoming season, for this fall season, so yeah.
So it
it's
has been made?
Mhm.
Okay. And then the question was asked, is this area over objective for the elk population
Yeah, we're about 1,250 over objective for elk.
in this area?
Yes, but with that, a lot of those elk aren't necessarily on the CWMUs. A lot of them are on private property around Park City, where we know Park City folks don't care for hunting.
Yeah, I get that.
So
In the letter, it said that these elk weren't hunted at another time, but wouldn't they be hunted on some of your state properties? Wouldn't they be hunted on like East Canyon Resort?
So
They hunt elk.
it's likely that a lot of the bigger mature bulls are moving off of areas around Park City that are basically a safe haven for them. They're moving off of that, and they're probably not available to other hunters.
So these bulls wouldn't be moving through state lands, because to get from there to these ranches, they'd have to go through state lands, which have a November muzzleloader hunt.
And I don't know if they do or if they cross private property. I don't think we have that data to know for sure what migration routes they're taking,
And
to be
then,
realistic.
and then my last question for now is, they're already harvesting at 100% success rate, correct? So, and then they're cutting their tags. So I'm having a hard time understanding why we're cutting tags in a unit that's overpopulation objective.
So Justin was
And-
explaining that the tag numbers aren't actually cut, it's just reallocated because properties have shifted ownership. And so they've shifted properties that go from one CWMU into another CWMU. And so they're just trying to allocate those tags based on what property owners want done, if that makes kind of some sense.
Yeah, but what you want done too is important because it is a cooperative wildlife management unit.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm struggling that they're cutting tags. Are they raising tags on the other CWMU? I don't think they were.
I was still in the discussion with Justin to understand that fully, so.
So I don't believe they are though, from my little bit of research.
No,
I could be wrong.
At
but-
face value, the ones neighboring it did not increase tags.
Exactly. So we're just essentially cutting tags. So I'm having a hard time. It almost feels like that there might be some big bulls that come off of some private property that they want to try to kill, which is, and have a 90-day season to do it without giving up anything to the public for that.
Any other questions for Chad or Jayla?
So going back to the elk movement, in that there's a lot of private land around here that's not being hunted. So if we're displacing those elk, because killing elk usually makes a move, where are they going to go and what other ramifications might come from that?
Realistically, and this is what I would expect to see, you start putting pressure on them, they're just going to move to another property. We have multiple CWMUs in this area. And right now, as of the flight data from 2021, the majority of the cows are not on any of the CWMUs that we're discussing tonight, or at least the ones that are looking for the extensions. But they are very bull heavy in January. But what happens is you start putting pressure on them, they're likely to move to another CWMU or another safe haven, another piece of property that they can't be hunted.
So you say in January, but what about in September?
I'm still learning that right now.
Yeah.
All the data, all the feedback that I've gotten is all just from talking to different landowners and different people.
Yeah,
So
because I'm just trying to grasp this. Like, they have 100% success rate in their current season. So, which would be the rut, which would mean there are cows present on the property. And I'm familiar with some of the ranches in that area that have numerous cow elk, and I can't imagine that a CWMU with that kind of habitat wouldn't have sufficient elk populations.
yeah, and Tunnel Hollow does have enough cows on it to be taking cows. Realistically, they do.
Okay, let's move it to committee discussion. How do people feel about this one?
I'll start with some discussion. So I don't have generally, I don't have a negative feeling about these kinds of variances if they are helping the division to accomplish their goals, if they're giving public hunters more opportunity, and if we're able to utilize the resource better. So I'm generally interested in them. If we were to propose something like this, to give a variance like this, I would be wanting to put into that conditions such as every time they renew their COR, they come before us and we chat about it. Is it still sustainable? Is it still functioning well? Does the public get the flexibility to be able to hunt late or hunt early? Are they being flexible and helping that public hunter have as good an experience as the paid hunters? And will the biologist, each time they come and renew it, be able to come before us and say, hey, yeah, we think this needs to keep going. We're not having an adverse effect on the population. We, I think, as a committee should be careful, because probably one of the reasons the division doesn't support things like this is because this kind of a hunt is very tough, can be very tough on elk populations. So in this case, we're not really increasing a bunch of elk numbers, and so I don't see that it's going to be that big of a deal one way or the other, as long as we maybe help accomplish some of our other goals.
I think for me, I don't understand why we're going to give someone 90 days to hunt. I think I'd be okay with it if they take 60 days to have this light hunt. It's my personal feeling on it. I don't know if we get, maybe that's a rule change, but it's.
I would lean more towards not giving the full 30 days and maybe extending the season 10 days. But for that, I would ask that the CWMU take 11 permits and have to roll 2 public hunters on that piece of ground in trade for the extension.
Given that Jake isn't here and given that 5S appears to be a sibling, maybe a twin brother of this, I wonder if there's a representative of 5S and if we shouldn't maybe consider the arguments made by 5S, if there is a representative, before taking action on this one.
That does hold some merit, because I don't see how we could vote to allow one and not the other. But since we are still commenting on this a little bit, I like what Tim said. I don't think it's fair to give one guy 90 days, because then everybody's going to want 90 days. And so then why do we have days? And then I also don't think that the information we've been given doesn't feel like it's all forthright to me. It feels like we're going from 20 to 10 tags, but there's not enough cows to hunt the bulls. And the bulls aren't on the CWMU until later, but then they're having 100% success rate earlier. So I feel like there's a lot of information that doesn't add up to me. So I would tend to not favor this proposal, but I also like what Chris said about maybe hearing from somebody in person.
The other thing I wanted to mention is, and I may not understand the rule well, but I thought when you entered into a CWMU that you had to choose a split as to the females as well, and that it wasn't an option to just say, well, we're not going to hunt females. And then the other element that I didn't understand is someone asked the question, isn't there 100% success now? So the operator must be motivated by maybe better quality animals coming on later than, because it certainly, animals seem to be being killed.
If I may, I have a hard time not making a decision tonight because an operator chose not to be here. That operator knew this was going to be on the agenda, and we have other operators that have shown up, and I think the division and this committee takes a lot of time to meet and hear these things, and so I struggle with the concept of tabling it.
Well, I think my recommendation was just
Oh,
to hear
until the
5S
5S.
first,
Fair
and then consider them both, because the issues seem to be similar.
I'm happy to do that. If we want, we can table any motion associated with this. Where's 5S on the agenda? I think Jacobs Creek is the next one, and then 5S is after that. Oh, sorry, go ahead. I cut you
But
off.
I think your point's well made in that if this is important enough to ask for, not to even have any representative from the operation is concerning.
Yeah. Chris, I apologize. I thought you were heading us down a path to hear this again in the future, so I apologize.
Granting extensions to these three, there's similar themes, and it would, and I think it'd be good to get all the issues out on the table for all three of them before we start making decisions, so that our decisions don't contradict each other.
Very good. Let's do this, and let's table this, and let's hear from Jacobs Creek next, and we'll hear from 5S after that, and then as the chair, I'll bring this one back. Everybody comfortable with that?
And maybe bring Jacobs Creek back. Let's get those three out. They're all asking for the same thing.
Fair
They're
enough.
slightly different issues, but they're similar themes.
Okay. Let's table this for a couple agenda items, and let's move on to number 4, Jacobs Creek. And committee, do not let me forget to make a motion on Tunnel Hollow.
Okay, so Jacobs Creek, we did talk a little bit about that one already. So that's just on the back side of the Wasatch Front as you're going up Weber Canyon on the south side of the interstate there. Similar thing, like Chris was saying, it's the bulls migrate in there late. I don't know that they come from the same area. It's across the valley from the other two CWMUs. So I'm not 100% sure if they're, I guess Justin can say whether if the claim is that they're from those two same ranches that don't get hunted or not. Currently, they don't have any antlerless tags on Jacob Creek. A little bit of history. They were an elk CWMU back when I was a biologist. And when I was a biologist, they actually pulled out of the elk and stayed out for quite a few years. And in 2020, they rejoined to be an elk CWMU. So, and they have 20 bull tags.
Very good. Thank you, Chad. Justin, you want to take a few minutes and speak on this?
Yeah, so Chad is correct. We were in a CWMU for quite some time, and then we did pull it out. A lot of that was actually controversy over cows is why we pulled out. And, I wished Eric was here. We've been working with Eric for the last 5 years, and he'd really got a good handle. He'd flown it. He'd done counts. He'd come up every single time. We'd ask him to get a real idea, firsthand account of what we have going on. But, Jacobs Creek, how much longer it'll continue to be in a CWMU is unknown because, as you guys may or may not be aware, it's under a big development called Wasatch Peaks, and we'll be, starting to remove little chunks of property as it gets developed. But the reason we feel like we wanted to ask for that extension, probably the main reason, is most of the bulls on that particular unit and the other units, we don't get a lot like we do from Park City, which we do on the 5S. They move down into Weber Canyon, and they're moving through where the construction is going to happen and when their housing is going to happen. And they do move quite early. It's not like an end of December, November, end of October, 1st of November, they'll start moving through there. And so there's highway mortality in the canal, and mortality on the railroad tracks. And then we have the fence damage, which you've all probably met Randy Sessions here before, that they do extra damage on the fences to him. So our thought process was to try it. We don't know if it's going to help out or if it'll be beneficial, or it's, more of a pain in the butt because, we might have to get around with tracked vehicles, snow tracked vehicles, to help deal with the mitigation damage that we know is coming and the amount of mitigation that we have right now, which is, or depredation, whatever you want to call that, which is the fence damage. They are going to be, as I watched with all the new clearings that they did this year and the elk migration, we do have cows now that have shown up. Forever, this unit just doesn't have cows, but it does have a lot of bulls. And we did have a decent sized herd finally show up this year. And I don't know if it's because they've cleared out new country or we just quit hunting the construction area, which is about, 1,500 acres of the CWMU right now. But the elk are all in where the housing is going to be, where the resort's going to be built, and where the main lodge is going to be built. So we know we're going to have an issue, and we're just trying to get out ahead of it to see if if we do have those come in, if we can start popping them to basically keep the herd back. Because right now it's kind of unknown what's going to happen and how this, they're building, basically there's a city in the middle of the mountain. So it's all yet to be determined on how this is going to play out. We just wanted some extra management tools to help us get out ahead of the game. That's it. I mean, if it works, great. If it doesn't, then, we'll look at a different solution. But we know we're going to have that problem to deal with, and we're working with the DWR on that. And it's a problem that's coming. So we're just trying to get a little bit ahead of it. And I'm open to any other suggestions, from my new biologist as she gets familiar with it on what we can do to stay out ahead of it and hopefully keep this unit in a CWMU, because, a lot of the other units or the other big properties, when they get developed, they're instantly pulled out. Right now, that's not been the tone that Wasatch Peaks has taken. They want to stay in the unit, and they want to have that management ability and continue to be a steward with the public-private resource. So, I'm also bending over backwards and trying to do whatever I can to make sure that we can maintain that, but it might not be a unit in 5 years. I hope that it continue to be, but it will start to change, and we are going to have to deal with heavy issues of there's going to be elk on homes and elk on the golf course, and that's just what we're going to have to deal with. So, any other questions?
Yeah, very good. Are there any questions for Justin on the Jacobs Creek?
I have one. So you have no antlerless?
Currently, no, because what we'd all determined in the past is how the antler was harvested was it's surrounded by a whole bunch of little teeny tiny properties. So they were all harvesting the vast majority or all the cow elk with their private lands only or their East Canyon tags. So there's still heavy cow elk harvest going on. It's just all the way around it. So, but I mean, if you guys want to open it up to looking at doing some cow elk harvest, this is the first year we could have done it, but it still has to be really strategic. It's not like if we allow cow hunters and say, okay, here you go. Every one of those cow hunters are going to have to be guided because there's 50 bulldozers in that area where all the elk are. So even our guided operations this year, which we've always guided the public, it was a lot harder to harvest elk because we had to always be concerned with direction of fire, because there's no way that I could just turn 5 or 10 guys loose on there. That's all, an expense that we're going to have to encumber. And if it is what it is, if we do, then we will. But we have to guide every single hunter because now there's new safety concerns on top of that. And there's several instances when we were hunting our bulls with the public and the private where we just couldn't shoot them. They're on the road or there's construction equipment in the background. So it's just a new dynamic. And why the elk decided to pull right there where they're working, I don't know, but that's what they've done. So it's just, it's interesting.
Justin, are they still getting some public lands, or sorry, private lands, cow tags and still hunting around the border of it?
Yeah, they're hunted very heavily around the border. You know, any elk that leaves the property dies. That's always been the scenario of Jacob's Creek. If it leaves, it's dead.
This is somewhat unrelated, but so maybe, I don't know if the rest of the committee knows, but I believe a big ski resort's being developed there, right? As well as
Yes, a private
development.
ski resort, correct.
Yeah. So there probably are changes coming for you. Anyways, you got things under control for the public hunters and working around that stuff?
Yeah, the public, you know, our public hunters, both of our public hunters this year, they didn't get a week, you know, they got extended seasons and we continued to hunt with them because it took us longer to harvest. One of them actually was the judge out of Kaysville, and I didn't know, but we hunted him an extra 2 weeks or an extra week on top of that to make sure we could maintain harvest. Because I get it's a public-private resource, and our, you know, not all of our private guys hunted. In fact, we had 4 guys who or harvested. We had 6 actually who didn't harvest on that unit this year because of the construction. But you know, we made damn sure our public did, because I don't want to be hauled before the complaint committee. You know, that's the reason. So, but it's a moving target right now, and I don't know how to best manage it. All I know is we're doing our best to try and manage it.
Mr. Chair, I'm given that Justin, I think, is also the operator on 5S, and is that true?
Correct.
I'm wondering if we shouldn't have Chad and he give us the presentation on that. Then we can talk about, you know, I mean, he'll have information on the tunnel hollow area because of his adjacency, and it might be better to consider these all 3 together.
I'm okay with that as long as we can keep them separate. I mean, part of me is torn. I want a motion on this one because it's independent of the other 2 that are right next to each other. But on the flip side, if the committee wants to talk about philosophy and these types of things, I'm happy to entertain a motion with all 3 of them down the road. How would you want to do it?
That would be my recommendation. It'll give us a chance to talk philosophy. Maybe there'll be a different one on Jacobs, but
Okay.
I'd like to hear from Justin on his rationale for the other one as well before we decide on this.
I'm okay with that. Chad, why don't you introduce number 5? Well, the one thing we didn't do was have any internal committee discussion, but I think we'll do that here in a bit with all these. So Chad, why don't you take number 5 as well? And then we'll hear from Justin once more.
Okay, right before I do that, I just want to throw out some clarity here, or hopefully it helps clarify things. Colby pointed this out to me in rule. It states the Wildlife Board may authorize bull elk hunting season variances only if the CWMU Landowner Association member or Landowner Association operator clearly demonstrates that November hunting is necessary on the CWMU. So yeah, for what it's worth.
Thanks for that clarification. I think that's going to help.
Yeah, and so 5S, I don't know that I have a whole lot to add to it. It's the same as Tunnel Hollow. They do have 5 cow tags on it currently for this fall. 5S was a deer CWMU last year, and they got approved to be an elk CWMU this fall. So they'll have 20 bull tags this fall, 5 cow tags this fall. But same story as far as migration coming in from other private lands.
Chad, before you move, so if this is a new elk unit, how have the total tags on that south side of the freeway changed over the last couple of years? Is it the same amount we've just reshuffled in between those CWMUs, or have we added or taken away? You understand what I'm asking?
Yeah, and I'm just trying to think, historically, when I was a CWMU up there, probably a lot of, I don't think 5S, but a lot of that mountain was just all Lone Tree Taylor Hollow, and it actually went past the reservoir. And if memory serves me right, they had at least 30 bull tags, potentially 38, but I don't trust my memory that much.
The Jacob Creek has how many now?
Jacob Creek has 20, right?
And then 5S has 20 as well.
Yeah.
And then there's 10 on, so now we're at 40. So we're close to what we were previously.
Pretty close. Jacobs Creek and Hardscrabble are across the valley. So and I think when I was a biologist, we had 10 on Jacobs Creek. I think so. So it was about the same, but I don't know that, and maybe this is a better question for Jayla now, but I don't know that I would really consider Jacobs Creek and Hardscrabble elk being the same source as what Lone Tree and or Tunnel Hunnel and 5S are. If that's what you're getting at.
I was just wondering about the total number of tags.
Just for the whole
reference.
unit.
Meaning, have we added a bunch or are we taking a bunch away?
It's probably pretty close, honestly.
There isn't a variance for 5S as to acreage, is there?
No, they added a bunch of land. So
I'm just looking at Onyx and I'm trying to discern where the extra land is.
So it actually is going to come up in our next one because we like to have everything intertwined and complicated. It's a piece that's just to the east of the reservoir. East, is that right direction? But on that side, it almost looks like the tip of it comes in and joins it, but Eric, the biologist, said that that's actually not just a tip, that it's not a corner to corner, that there's actually I can't remember how big of a path he said.
So it currently, is this a renewal such that Onyx wouldn't be accurate as to the proposed boundaries of the now including Elk CWMU?
No, our hunt planner, I don't know Onyx. I haven't looked at that one recently, but our hunt planner had it right.
Okay.
Let's hear from Justin on this, and then I think we'll wrap up questions from the committee to Chad and to Justin, and then we'll move to internal discussion.
Okay, so I know the question that kept coming up was, is there tags increasing? And there is. So what it was before is there's a lot of history there, but Jake, had decided to do his own CWMU, which historically he used to be part of what's called the Dearden Ranch. And they would harvest about 10 tags or 10 elk on Deardens and 10 tags or 10 on Jake's. Jake incorporated another landowner and, due to some infighting or not infighting, I guess a cousin of mine had lost the lease and the new the actual landowner, they couldn't come to an agreement. So long story short, Jake is over here doing his 10. Deardens have historically taken about 10 on their portion. And the other part of the ranch that we had in the deer CWMU last year, we'd only been taking about 4 elk on that because all of our elk are migratory. So what we did is we increased it by, if you're just looking at historical harvest, we increased it by another 6 tags. But if you're looking CWMU tags, there's 10 more tags issued for that mountain. That mountain is surrounded, completely by Highway 66 and Interstate I-84. It's about 30,000 acres. So there's really historically been 20 tags, and now on the mountain there's 30 tags issued. So it did bring one other public tag into play. When we did the 5S, we were going to incorporate a different landowner, but the Deardens had been pulled out, and then the Burtonley family had asked me to incorporate the piece on the other side of the road because it wasn't connective, or they lost that continuity when it was pulled out several years ago. So we added that in, which is about 3,000 acres, and then you have Dearden and John. So it did increase the permits by 10. So there are more public permits being issued. And as to the bulls basically are all migratory on that unit, and they do come from, I noticed someone asked if they come through public land. They don't. There's no public land. They come from 910 Cattle Company, Blue Sky and this side of Lewis Peak. I'm also a Richins, obviously for my last name, and so we have a lot of the general season land before that, and we have bulls. Basically, we have bulls, but we don't have cows, and that's probably because we put so much pressure on the cows for so long through those tags that they've just all learned to stay off. But we get the bulls, but we don't get any cows, and they're all bulls out of Jeremy Ranch. The vast majority of them, and they are a bigger class. You said maybe they're trying to do that to harvest a bigger class. That is true. They are much bigger bulls. They're usually about 3 or 4 years older on average. But we are increasing. We did take on cow permits because what we have most of the winter range there, and Jake has the summer range. But Jake has a small elk herd that stays there, and he does his limited harvest. And then the end of October, as soon as the general season deer hunt comes on, we start to get an influx of bulls, and they'll continue to come on they'll stay there till about January, which this year we did have cows finally pull on to John's. So we might be able to even increase our cow elk harvest, but we wanted to make sure we started it with a low enough number that I didn't end up before the complaint committee so that I could harvest all those cows. So that's why we selected the number that we did. And then if we harvest them all, then we're going to obviously double them or triple them. But we did end up with about 150 cows finally in late January that pulled onto that unit as well. But it is all migratory, and they all are, the vast majority of everything we get on Schlichties and that comes into Dearden's Lake, they're all non-resident bulls that nobody else has the opportunity to harvest because they all reside on lands that do not allow hunting. East Canyon Resort, they don't go through East Canyon Resort because East Canyon Resort, has so many members that there's so much traffic that they just don't use that corridor. They go around the corridor, cross through some ground that Trevor Milton has now purchased, and then they end up, above the public land over there, the Red Rock Wildlife Unit. So hopefully that gives you some quick background on that. But so, and some of that, Trevor I know will probably be, if he pulls that out, he'll be putting that in a different unit, which is, I'm perfectly okay with that. We just put that in as a favor to the Burtnoys. I had another acreage that I was going to add so we could maintain the 10,000 acres, but they asked me to do that as a favor. And then a couple months later, it was sold. But, if whatever you guys decide to do there, I'm completely fine with that as well. But questions, please.
Questions for Justin or for Chad?
Is there a big hunting advantage to you in harvesting these bulls that come off the surrounding non-hunted lands versus the ones apparently you've been successful still in harvesting? Maybe they're not the quality, or you don't like hunting the resident elk as opposed to the migratory?
Well, it'll actually make it so we can harvest bulls. We harvest, or we do about 4 bull hunts on that side of the mountain. This year we only harvested 2. And again, as we have to consider it's in a CWMU, how do I maintain the public harvest? Because there are 2 of those bulls. That would have been the only 2 bulls that I would have had on that side of the mountain. Later on, where we have the option to bring the public in November, yeah, I know I'm going to have my harvest up. I know I'm going to be able to harvest those, a bull on this side of the mountain and a bull on that side of the mountain for the public. If not, then, it might be one where I get complaints that we're not able to harvest it. But I don't have enough bulls until the very end of October and November. And they just barely start to come in the end of October. But in November, it does start to load up with bulls. And the flight data that she has will back that up.
So would you be open to, if it was a 60-day season, to lose your September hunt to gain November?
On my side of the mountain, yes. The other landowner, he has the bulls in September. So, because we're divided by, north face and south face, and I have most of the south face. But I would.
It's all your
personally.
but it's also your CWMU. You're referring to 2 different people. But
2 different there's
But
2,
it's all one CWMU.
correct.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm open to that discussion. Absolutely.
So question for me, or that I have, is how are you going to balance, let's say you get the extension, how are you going to balance your public hunters with, either a potentially 90-day season or the typical 60 days, but within that split, how are you going to manage your public hunters?
Usually the public hunters are more flexible than our private. Our private, I'm locked into those 5 days. They're not local. They're not available. The public, we'll give them an option to go early, and we guide this as well. This is another property that I have to guide just for whatever landowner liability reasons. So we'll guide that. And if we don't, then we're going to invite him back. I know I have to kill those elk with public. That's the bottom line. Because if I don't, it's going to go away. But, I'll do my best to make sure we can maintain the public harvest. The private, I don't know how many of the, even though there's 20 bulls issued, I don't know how many we're going to actually hunt this year. I haven't planned to book any more than the 4 that I've planned till we really get a good feel when we're actually hunting them. How do we hunt them and keep them on the property and not just bump them off again where nobody can hunt them again?
Just as a comment, I've hunted on this one ranch of Justin's when he was running it, and I would say I concur with everything that he's saying. He takes care of the public hunter, gives you all kinds of flexibility, made it a good hunt. There's not a lot of elk there in September, and I think he's shooting straight with us, just so you know.
Thank you.
I just wanted to reiterate the question that was asked, whether you said we could have the discussion about eliminating September and adding November. And you said that there's a difference between the north and south facing sides of the unit. If it came to that, would you, if you couldn't have it both ways, either September, October, November, which would you want?
Boy, that's a coin toss. What I would rather do is I'd rather try it one season and then come back, just try it for a year, and then we'll know. Because if we can maintain all of our harvest late, well, then I'd definitely drop it. But if we need both to maintain that, because he has the bulls earlier on one side of the mountain and the bulls later on the other side of the mountain, then we might need the availability of the entire tool. But we need to see how it works first. But if I was to just flip, it's just like flipping a coin, honestly. From what I have seen this year, I would rather have the later season. But that's a sample size of us really paying attention to it this year.
If we're really hunting a population of elk too that are moving on there and are living in other areas that aren't getting hunted, it's probably something we should consider here as well, considering the development that's going on that mountain. It is possible and probable that our hunting options are going to dwindle as time goes on. And so we might be looking at all kinds of things to try to make a harvest work on that mountain. Perhaps we should be considering this for those reasons.
Any other questions for the division or for Justin? Okay, if not, let's turn it to internal discussion. I think we're free to talk about any of these 3 agenda items, but I would like motions for them individually where they were separate agenda items.
Mr. Chair, I assume that there's no need for any kind of a quote unquote public hearing where there's nobody here that wanted to speak that would be disadvantaged by going to the later season.
Even if there were, we don't hold public comment at this meeting because that's done at the RAC and the board level. Again, the CWMU Advisory Committee is an extension, and we get our authority from the Wildlife Board. And so they want us hearing these matters directly from the operators in the division, and then we weigh in that way. There will be an opportunity for public comment through that other process.
I don't see philosophically a distinction between any of the 3, and think that whatever decision is made should probably be made consistent across the 3. Does anybody disagree with that?
I'll let people answer the question. I was just going to say, as the chair, I thought it was a really interesting comment what Chad said, that in the rule, and I'll just read it, it says that the CWMUs clearly demonstrate that November hunting is necessary on a CWMU. And I think that's good guidance for us. And so I guess for me as a chair, as I'm working through the process with this committee, I would ask the group if we've clearly demonstrated that November hunting is needed on these CWMUs.
And my thoughts kind of go that way. Is it feels like on at least 2 of these, they're killing the bulls in September and October. And maybe on the 5S, and maybe Tunnel Hall is the same. I don't know, but I think if we're going to do this, and I would like to change this on all of them that have this 30-day extension, I do not understand why we're giving someone 90 days to hunt. I think they should choose a 60-day season, is my feeling. So, but I feel like they're hitting their objective. I mean, the 5S is new, but I feel like they're killing well. I mean, it's our first year, but maybe we try it and see what happens. But
I agree with Tim on that comment especially with Tunnel Hall, where they're already at 100%. We're over objective by, I believe she said 1,500 elk, and we're wanting to extend the season and decrease the number of tags. I guess it sounds to me like I'm just trying to, they're just trying to improve quality of elk and to be able to get into the bigger bulls. So again, trying to figure out what the major benefit is besides just bigger animals. But cutting down those tags where we're over objective, I guess, kind of raises a question in my mind.
So I would concur with that statement. I think as I understand it, and I could be corrected, for the 5S and the tunnel, to me, there's not been a clear benefit or reason shouldn't say benefit, a clear reason to justify the extended hunt. The one thing that I do think that makes some sense to me on Jacob Creek is the concern over those elk ending up in a development and trying to harvest them during a time before they would end up there. So to me, that's what separates these three in my mind is Jacob Creek. There's certainly at least potential for a legitimate argument as to why they need that November time period. Where on the other two, I think it's a pretty weak argument. Although I do agree, I think we should make them choose either September, October, or October, November, and just keep it at a 60-day hunt.
If I can, real quick before we move on, Covey or Chad, does the rule allow for us to do a 60-day? I think it's a 61-day season enroll for deer. I can't remember what it is for elk exactly, but does it allow us to move the start dates, or is this just an extension only? And I'll give you guys time to look that up as I hear from Tim. So
I think the other thing I'd just say to the committee is we're just going to set precedents, right? The more we change these things. So I think it's something we got to be careful about because, we're just more and more variances and more, and not that there aren't reasons to have a variance. I think there are, and we've approved them. I think usually though, when we have approved these, since I've been on the committee, that there's usually some sort of stipulation that's placed on the CWMU. And I don't know if, I like that we're having cattle elk hunts now. I think that's good. That's a public benefit. Anyway, some of my thoughts.
I like the idea that Mike also had about, if they cut their tags, that now they do 11 and 2 of those tags go to the public hunter as well. I mean, give somebody else an opportunity, especially if we're going to bump that date back. Maybe they can get a bigger bull if we're going for quality.
And I hear what you guys are both saying. I agree with you. If it'd be sure be nice if Tunnel and Jacobs could, and it sounds like Jacobs Creek might be getting ready to do this, but if they could shoulder 5 cow tags, because that's all public benefit. We'd run a lot of public hunters through that, and it'd be awesome. It'd be nice if we could figure out a way, if not in our motions tonight, if we could maybe as part of our motions, if we're going to approve these to talk about, perhaps we can come back next year and consider some cow tags.
Sorry, can I make a comment on that really quick? Jake with Tunnel Hollow was already planning on adding some cow tags. Just wanted to give you a heads up.
How many?
5 currently. And then we were going to decide whether hunter success was there or not, and then either up them or down them depending on what made sense.
Thank you. That sounds pretty good. Let's see. I had one other thought on that. No, I think I'm good.
I wanted to go back to what the chair read, and I think Colby pointed out to Chad the basis for granting extensions. Could you reread that sentence again? Justin, please.
Yeah. So in the rule R657-37, this is section 13(2)A. It says the Wildlife Board may authorize bull elk hunting season variances only if the CWMU Landowner Association member or Landowner Association operator clearly demonstrates that November hunting is necessary on the CWMU.
So it sounds like there's two things going on. It said they can vary the dates for an elk, and then it mentions November, but Chad's going to tell us whether we can have the start date be later than September. But then it says if they clearly demonstrate that it's required, and that's the part that, at least as to those that are already harvesting, it's hard to argue that it's required in order to harvest, because the facts are that they are harvesting. I don't know how much of sticklers we should be on exact conformance with the rule, but if the case were being made that we're not harvesting, and maybe that's what Justin is trying to say as to one of these, that they're not there. We wanted to take 4, but there were only 2 or something, but it seems like that they are harvesting.
Yeah, you got some good points over there. And the part that sticks out to me in that rule is where it says the Wildlife Board may authorize bull elk hunting season variances only if the CWMU demonstrates that. It's and that's the board. And the only reason I highlight this, and thanks Chad and Kobe for sharing this with us tonight. I just don't want to put the Wildlife Board in a weird spot from our recommendation that is contrary to the rule. The Wildlife Board, just to clarify, they can't violate rule either. They can make rule, but once they make it, they can't violate their own rules. So I thought that was interesting. Chad, we asked you a question though a while ago, and then I think you've been up there for a while. Do you know if we can move this from the season, or does it have to start, or what does the rule state that way?
Yeah, it looks like we can. Just to read from rule, it says that general season bull elk, buck, pronghorn, and moose seasons may be established September 1st through October 31st unless a season variance is approved. It doesn't specify what that variance is later. It doesn't say it has to start September 1st. So it sounds like you could do almost anything you want according to rule.
So while you're
go
still
ahead,
there, what if they have an archery hunt as well, though? So like if we did move it, would that mean they would archery hunt up to September 1st and then have a gap, then start rifle hunting?
It gets complicated, right, Greg? I think that's for sure the truth. But one of the things I think it's important to note in here is that it's silent on bull elk as far as the number of days you can hunt. That's the difference. For buck deer, it mandates that they have a 61-day season. And so there are a lot of variances out there for buck deer. Well, it's not even a variance. They can slide that season, right, from September 1st through September 10th, but they've got to slide it. They can't have additional days. And on elk, it isn't there. I guess I want to make that distinction. Just understand.
My thought on this is maybe, I don't know where I'd vote as of right now, but I think we need to address the rule. If we're going to change this, to me, I'd rather change this in the rule and then have these come up personally. And then we don't put the Wildlife Board in a bad spot, is kind of my feeling, but I would support a 61-day season, for the elk, if they want to go to November 30th.
I feel the exact same way on that. And I think it's important that we see some cow elk activity from all 3 of these ranches. Is their COR being renewed this year?
For which Which one?
Any of the three or all?
Jayla, come on up to the mic.
Oh, sorry. Give me a second. Let me pull it up and I'll get all three of them and then I'll let you know.
Because that kind of plays into it too for me. I mean, if there's only a year left in their COR, we can wait a year.
Any other discussion while Jayla's looking that up?
Yeah. I hear and generally agree with everything that the committee's kind of talking about here. One comment that I want to make, though, is I think the reason that we don't have such a limited opportunity to hunt these elk is because elk are much more robust type populations and animal and species, and having the ability to have a variance when is needed, so that we can help the division manage their or achieve their management objectives probably makes some sense. And I think the rule does have in place the ability for us to do some variances so that we can do so. So that's it.
Let me just say one thing on to what Greg said. We heard from Chad that staff doesn't want to make a recommendation on either side of this. And so the degree to which these extensions would help management objectives is unknown. We're having to just guess what they might be. And maybe there's good reason for the biologist not to weigh in on something like this. But if, for instance, it were really helpful to have the longer season or the later season to meet harvest objectives, that would have a bearing.
I think too, just to clarify, I think division employees can clarify the benefits or the cons of a season extension. I don't have any problems having the committee ask those questions. I think where the division's going to be in a weird spot is if they're in favor one way or the other, because similar to our conversation earlier, we can't recommend against a rule that the board approved, which is why this process exists. But if we talked about, would these season extensions help us meet our management goals and that stuff, I think that's completely fine to ask. And I'm not trying to put anybody in a weird spot, but I just want to make that distinction that the pros and cons of a given management decision are different than does the division fully support and endorse this season extension, because that would go against the rule. So, sorry, Eric, go ahead.
No, that actually feeds into my question. Because that unit's over objective by 1,200 animals. So what is the division's objective here with that herd? Is it to get it back to objective, which if that's the case, then the season extension only makes sense if you're adding tags.
Mr. Chair, can I have a point of clarification? Because this has come up, add a point of clarification, I guess. This has come up several times throughout this discussion. I just want to make sure that we're talking about the same thing, because we keep talking about population management, and then we're talking in the same breath about season extension for bull hunts. And just as a point of clarification, if we're going to make progress towards a population objective, we're really talking about antlerless harvest. Bulls are, it's kind of like the gravy, right? It's the surplus. It's what we get to hunt because we have elk, and we're very grateful for that. But we'll never make headway towards a population objective by hunting bulls. It's just the way that it works. And, and Justin always likes to remind us of this, and that is that males really don't contribute much. So,
in wildlife populations.
and that is that we don't have an area in the state where we have too few of bulls to be able to breed the cows during the rut. Every cow that comes into estrus has the opportunity of being able to have a calf that next spring. So there are other factors that come into play, obviously, but I want the advisory committee to know that the cow harvest season is the most liberal season we have for CWMUs, and we've been a really good partner and tried to work with them. You can harvest a cow from August 1st to January 31st. And so if we're talking about population objectives and working with CWMUs, we can't physically be more liberal than that. So I just felt like if we're going to have the discussion, about meeting management objectives, if the CWMU is inside of a limited entry, and we're trying to manage for a 5.5 to 6-year-old bull, and they're consistently above that, obviously there's room to harvest more. But that's a different management objective and different strategy than it is the population objective.
So with that clarification, Colby, and as Justin alluded, that it's perfectly appropriate for division employees to give comments on the pros and cons of how this extension, Is there anybody that wants to give us a concise synopsis of those?
I would add, is it necessary? I would add to the question, is it necessary that we have these extensions?
For population management objectives, it's not necessary to have extensions because you're only impacting bulls. So by having it. To go back to your question, Jacobs Creek is the only one that renews this year, so they'd have this hunting season only. And then the other two go through 2023, so they have 2 seasons, 2 fall hunts that would have the extension if it was approved. So.
Well, I appreciate Kofi's words because that's why I keep bringing up antlerless harvest, and it just doesn't make sense to me that we're killing bulls in September and we're killing bulls in October, and we want to kill bulls in November, but there's no cows to shoot. And that's not cooperative. Cooperation goes both ways, and it's the public's animals and it's the private landowner's land, and we work together, and there's a benefit on both sides. And so, I kind of would lean towards just keeping the seasons as they are. And at the same time, I'm open to have a 60-day season, but I just don't feel comfortable doing a 90-day season. So that's kind of my stance right now.
I didn't get clarification on how these CWMUs get away without any cow harvest. It sounds like there are a few and somebody's offering 5 for the coming year, but is there not a rule that they have to allow some harvest?
No, it's not a hard, fast rule. The rule is stating that they have to help us towards our management objectives. So the way that this happens is a lot of times it's a discussion between biologists and operators, trying to determine what that harvest needs to be to help. That we could do split recommendations. So if the division feels strongly that a CWMU needs to harvest, say 20 cows, and the CWMU really feels like they can't harvest any, we could go through the rack and board process and do a split recommendation. But it's like you see, we talk a lot about this on elk, but I think there's 2 or 3 statewide of doe deer CWMUs. So yeah, it's not a requirement, but they are supposed to help us towards management objectives. So it is kind of difficult in a unit that's over objective to have 0 because they're not helping in that regard. Does that answer it?
I think we've been at this about an hour and 10 minutes. We got a pretty full agenda. If there's any last minute discussion, I'd love it. If not, I would like to start moving to motions.
Just one point for clarification. Are we able to recommend a 60-day season with later start dates? Kofi's nodding yes. Okay. So I'm going to start with number 4, which is Jacobs Creek.
Real quick, Kristen, are you ready for this as our note taker and motion taker?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, go ahead, Mike.
I make the motion that on agenda item number 4, Jacobs Creek, that we allow for a 61-day elk season starting on October 1st and ending on November 30th.
Okay, I've got a motion by Mike Christensen for the Jacobs Creek CWMU to have a 61-day season starting October 1st, ending November 30th. And it's seconded by Chris Robinson. Any discussion on the motion?
Yeah. Why don't we suggest adding some cow tags?
Do they already have cow tags? I thought they did. They don't?
No.
Okay. I'd amend my motion to ask for the biologist and the operator to work with each other to determine a reasonable number of antlerless elk tags to be placed on that unit also.
I accept the amendment.
Okay, so we have a motion by Mike, a second by Chris. The amended motion would include antlerless harvest, a reasonable amount that would be determined by the biologist and the operator. Let's take a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that's unanimous for agenda item number 4. I'd welcome a motion for Tunnel Hollow and 5S.
Does everybody feel the same about Tunnel Hollow as they do the Jacob Creek? Or I guess it's the 5S, sorry.
Yeah, to me, they're sisters. And I think that they're different than Jacobs Creek from what was presented to us by the operator.
So does that mean you basically support leaving it as it is?
You wouldn't be in favor of eliminating September and going with the extended October, November season, or this new season?
Was that a question to me?
Well, yeah, you're making, I thought you were going
I
to
don't-
take these first 3 motions.
Yeah, but we're being recorded. I kind of feel different on those two. I kind of feel like they're surrounded, they border on other huntable lands. And I know that we're saying that these elk are coming off of, I don't know where these elk are coming from myself, and so I'm kind of not comfortable with that one.
Just to
Don't let
clarify,
that stop you from making the motion.
They're falling from the sky, obviously.
just to clarify real quick, I believe when Justin was talking, you didn't want to speak in behalf of the other operator as for giving up September, was that? Okay, and I just wanted to make sure that. Okay.
I'd make a motion regarding the 5S that we alter the CWMU hunting season for elk to begin October 1 and end November 30, 61-day season.
Can I interrupt really quick? Sorry. Was speaking with Jake and looking at his success numbers, I don't know that shifting his season dates would be in his best interest or like what he would want to do without talking to him first. That's something that didn't get discussed. So I would be hesitant to do something like that where it was different than what his actual variance request was versus just leaving it alone.
Derek, did you
So
want to say?
I've got a motion on the table from Chris for agenda item
Let me-
number 5. Oh, sorry.
Justin, let me just ask whether we need an amendment or an additional provision relating to antlerless elk. This one, 5S, has antlerless now?
Yeah, if we can use mics, that would be the best, so, yeah.
Okay, it does have. So I'll leave my motion unamended, just that we go for the 61 season beginning October 1.
Can you restate the motion real quick? There was a lot
Certainly.
that occurred.
That we modify the elk hunting season in the 5S CWMU to exclude September and make it a 61-day season beginning October 1 and ending November 30.
Okay, we have a motion from Chris. Do we have a second? Sure, yeah, you can come up.
I just have a comment. Maybe Justin Richins can clarify this. He said it was a coin toss on this one. If it was a 61 days, if you'd want it early or late, so.
It is, but I ended it on my observation of this year. I would rather have the later date. I'll give up September for that one for sure.
Justin, sorry to make you keep having to use the mic. There's people online that watch this. And
That's okay.
If you don't have a mic here, they can't hear. So thank you.
So just a point of clarification for me, I was under the understanding that Jacobs Creek, they wanted a later date because the bulls moved in there and the cows moved in there later also. And there weren't a lot of elk there earlier. And on this one, I don't know that it shows for the variance of an extension, because we're dealing with the 61-day season, but we're also dealing with the variance, right? Am I wrong? Am I correct in saying that?
This would be a variance if we change, even if it stays the season lengths, if we move the season dates, it's a variance.
Yeah, so that was my impression on Jacobs Creek, which is why I made that motion. On these other two, I don't see where it shows that it's necessary. We've already heard that it might not be in the benefit of one of the CWMUs to have that later date, and they're not here to speak to that, but that's what was expressed to us. And so I can't support it because it goes against the rule.
Okay, well, right now I've got a motion on the table for a 61-day season starting October 1 and ending November 30th. Is there a second for that?
I would just say that what motion is that we grant a variance to accomplish that 61-day season.
Fair. Good point. Okay, if not, it'll die for a second. Okay, I'll entertain another motion for 5S or for Tunnel Hollow.
Well, since it was expressed to us that it might be in their best interest and they're not here to talk to that, I would make the motion that on Tunnel Hollow, we leave it as is with the current 61-day season, September and October.
I second that.
Okay, we have a motion by Mike to leave the season dates as they currently are. A second by, who was that, Clint? Okay.
Yeah.
Second by Clint. Any discussion on that motion?
This is just for Tunnel Hollow.
Yes, this is agenda item number 3, Tunnel Hollow. Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously. Kristen, did you capture that?
Yes, I did. Thank you.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion on 5S. Yeah, that's yeah, turn the lights back on. That worked out really well. Set the ambiance for the.
Mike says he's motioned out, so I'll take a stab. I propose a motion that we deny the season extension for the 5S simply because there's not justification as to how that will increase or help them meet management objectives.
Okay, we have a motion from Eric to deny the season variance because it lacked the. I'm not sure how you said it. It didn't.
The lack of evidence that it will help meet management objectives.
Okay, that it was necessary. Okay. Okay, do we have a?
If we're hearkening to the rule, it would be that they haven't demonstrated that it's required in order to harvest the elk. Not necessarily. I'm just giving a suggestion, Eric, on maybe how to phrase that differently, because the management objectives, that wasn't the standard.
And I don't even know if we need a strong justification. If we want to deny it, we can deny it and
Okay.
call it good and move on.
That's good.
Okay, so we have a motion to deny the season date extension from Eric. Do we have a second? Okay. If not, it'll die for a second. All right, I think we need more discussion because we've
Isn't
had
it true that
Go
we
ahead.
don't have to have a motion on an application? I mean, if a variance isn't granted, it's automatically denied.
Well,
Or do you need a denial motion?
the only thing I'm struggling with is this is an action item. And so usually with action items, you have a motion either to accept the variance
Or
or
to
not
deny
to.
it.
Because as we take this back to the board, if we say we just didn't address it, that doesn't help them.
Well, maybe we need Mike to make the motion. He's on a roll.
How's the left side of the table doing? Anybody got thoughts down there on motions or not motions?
I'm not sure they can hear us down here. Can you guys hear us?
What if we made a motion that we also offer the 5S extended, the same 61-day season from October 1st to November 31st or 30th? Let's just leave it like that for now. Make that motion.
Wasn't that the motion I made?
That was Chris's motion earlier.
Oh, that died from a second. Where was I at?
I think that,
Sorry, Chris.
no worries, it would have taken more than you and I to approve it. I think by cutting the season or leaving it at 60 days, I think it will help the harvest. And I don't think it hurts much unless unless we haven't received enough justification under the rules by which the big game board can grant a variance. But that's a fairly subjective test, and so anyway, I'm more inclined to grant it than not.
But Chris, that's where I'm struggling is I really don't have a problem with the 60 days. To me, but that's not what the rule says. The rule says not whether I think it's good or not. It's have they demonstrated that it's necessary? And I don't, so I'm looking down the table now to know what the other side of the table thinks. Has it demonstrated that it's necessary for them to have that November portion to harvest their animals?
And that's where I sat on it also.
So for me personally, it's just the 61 days, whether they hunt them in November or September, that they're still getting their 61 days. So that's why I'm not hung up on the.
In a way, we're not giving them an extension of time. We're extending the season, but the very fact that Justin admitted that it was somewhat of a coin toss with slight preference toward losing September and gaining November indicates that it may not be an absolute requirement to harvest.
Yeah, I mean, if the rule read different, I would feel differently because and I think that there's other people up here that feel the same way. Especially when the division comes to us and says, look, guys, here's the rule and let's read it like 7 times. Let's read the rule again, guys. And so, I mean, it's nothing personal. Like if the rule was better, I mean, I would probably just say, yeah, but I can't justify it. And to go to your statement that you really didn't want Jacob's Creek done that way, well, there's the rack and the board you can go address and supersede my motion from before.
Do we have a motion on the table, Justin, or can I make one?
We don't, and I'd love one.
Can I make a motion that we deny this variance, but this committee goes over this specific part of the rule at our next meeting?
Okay, so we have a motion to deny this variance and revisit this portion of the rule as an agenda item for our next meeting. Okay, we have a motion by Tim, second by
Second.
by Mike Christensen or by Eric. Okay, any discussion on the motion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, it's unanimous. Okay, Chad, can we add an agenda item for the next meeting to look at section 13 of the CWMU rule? Okay. All righty. We've been at about an hour and a half. How are we doing? We need a break, or are we good to hear one more and then we'll take a break? Thoughts? Let's hear one more. Let's go to agenda item number 6, Lazy H, for the non-contiguous Elk CWMU.
Okay. Mike, can you have that? I've shared one of the files with you that was a summaries that has a map for Lazy H. I think that'll be pulled up. As he's pulling that up, I like to pat Covey on the back anytime I can. And I think it was, reading that part of the rule was a really good thing. So now we're kind of going into underacreage CWMU. So I thought let's just take a little bit of time and read that rule. So it says an application for a new CWMU.
Wait, what section are you in, Chad? Just so we can follow.
Okay, this is 37, R657-37, I think 4. No, 5, 4. And this is talking about it says a new CWMU, but I think it's for an application for a new CWMU that fails to meet the acreage or parcel configuration requirements in R657-37-3 must submit a written variance request to the division by February 1st prior to the annual August 1st application deadline. Upon receipt of a completed variance request, the division will forward the variance request to the CWMU Advisory Committee for review and recommendations. The division will review the variance request and make recommendations to the CWMU Advisory Committee. The CWMU Advisory Committee will consider the variance request and the division's recommendation and make recommendations to the Wildlife Board on the advisability of granting the CWMU application. So I think that defines our roles there. With that being said, I think we stated at the very beginning that on all of these variance requests, because they are under acreage, that our recommendation is to not grant them that variance. So with that, going into Lazy H is requesting to be a non-contiguous CWMU. It's near the other ones that we've been talking about all night, in East Canyon Reservoir. There was once upon a time when it was Lone Tree Taylor Hollow, there was a variance that did go across the reservoir. I think there was a little bit more land between that block and the reservoir where it butts up against it. So on the west side of the reservoir. So currently, maybe just for clarification, so this is the piece here. This is currently in 5S. So that's the piece that they'd want to be in with Lazy H on the other side of the reservoir. And the landowner would like that to be part, just so he can manage all of his land going forward. He's also looking to reduce elk numbers and is wanting to increase deer populations.
How does is the CWMU operator here? Yeah. Okay. Let's hear from you, and then we'll open it up to questions.
Ultimately, what we're looking at doing is trying to combine the two. These were split up into quite a few different landowners before, and we acquired them all. They were in 3 different pieces before, actually 4. And there were some cutouts you can see that were part of the Bertinoli property. Some was in what they call the Lazy H. And another piece was part of a different small little section. Long story short is the migratory path for all the deer and the elk, most of all the deer habitat over here to the east side of the reservoir during the winter. And this property right now, it's been managed by multiple people. It's just become a really big problem for us. We own the land, the whole thing. And our goal is this year is to start, and we already have a CWMU and part of Neil Creek up in Oakley too. So we know what we're doing with CWMU. We have one of the best deer herds up there. I mean, we spend millions a year on our property, something the state nor anyone else will do. This one right here is going to cost us millions and millions more just to get the fencing done, manage the herds, bring in some fields for them. I'm big into wildlife. I don't like to overhunt. But there's a huge population of cow elk on the property right now that needs to be reduced, as you've heard. I'm just trying to help you guys find a solution to do that. I quite personally, doesn't matter to me because I don't do this as a living. I don't care. I have no desire to, I'm not making money on this. As a matter of fact, we haven't sold a single tag. We harvest them. We help people butcher them. We want to have the experience. That's kind of our philosophy, not saying it's any better or wrong than anyone else's philosophy is because it's expensive to manage these properties. So I kind of actually like the idea of helping landowners have better days because no one understands how much money goes into this more than I do. And it sometimes it's hard for me to see that because most people don't have the means to go in and fund these things continually without the sale of the tags. So for us, we're a little bit different situation. My goal on this is to bring it. I don't want anyone else on our property. We want to manage it. We want to help it grow. We want to build fields. We want to bring in the allow places for the deer and the elk to thrive. Get the predators under control, which is is probably a bigger problem than anyone's talking about. That's what we're dealing with now, and it's out of control on our property right now. And so the idea here was to combine it all into one CWMU. The thing that's separating it is the reservoir. There's a tiny little bit of land right there, but it's the reservoir. It used to be in one, all continuous. So we're just, if we don't have it, we'll just pull it all out and just not hunt it at all, and just not allow anyone to hunt it. So our main goal is to really help. We're not, I don't have any advantage here. But I want to bring the habitats. And I think the biologists will explain that this east side is probably the most important aspect of the deer's, the winters, where the deer winter. You'll go up in there right now and there's hundreds, if not hundreds and hundreds of deer there right now. And you'll see almost zero on our west side right now. Very few other than down in the river bottoms where the river is. So ultimately it's all about, we're trying to really control the property. We're going to be refencing the entire property this year on both sides. And the question comes to us is whether it's in the CWMU that actually helps all the public, helps the biologists keep the control. And if not, then we're just going to close it off. And we'll either do it, we'll either keep it just for private family use, or just hunt the tags that are given over the counter that people can, that we can hunt. So we're not doing it as a business though. So my goal really here is to help get the population under control. And how you guys do that, I don't know, because I talked to the wildlife biologist about this, and we're hundreds and hundreds of elk over on our property alone, too many cow elk. So I'd be very willing to help you guys on cow elk. Also some bulls. We don't see a lot of bulls on our property, which is kind of strange because it seems like everyone else does. And I think a lot of that is on predators. This summer we went up there and there was just in a day, I think they saw 6 mountain lions in one day. It's out of control. So we're trying to get our head wrapped around this whole thing. We just acquired Burtonolles a few months ago, and Lazy H over the last 2 years. We put it all together. We're a very large landowner up here, and we continually are amassing more and more land, and we're spending a tremendous amount of money on the wildlife, making these better and better. And our property up in Neil Creek, we share. We have about 3,000 acres up there, and some of the best acreage you'll find. It's wonderful. And my goal is to do the same thing here. We got 5 miles of tributary of the river going all the way up the canyon, and this thing's a mess, a total mess. So my hope is instead of having multiple people in there trying to control it and allowing public hunters go in there and just wreaking havoc on it, we would like to control it all into one, and then provide the guiding services for those people to actually enjoy the hunt, harvest, help them from beginning to end. We actually help the public hunters actually process the entire animal if they want to. We have processing equipment. It's really fun. We have vacuum systems to vacuum pack. Like we do it all, and it's been a lot of fun to help the public hunters. So that's kind of the goal. When I say a mess, it's more that the predator control's out of whack. Different people are managing different sections, and since we own it now, we're not going to have anyone manage it but us because we know what we're doing. Not that they don't, but I want to control my land and make sure it's taken care of. So that was the idea, is just to ask you guys to put it all into one so we can make it into an elk CWMU. And it's already they're already kind of all part of it, as you know, but we just like to put it all into one. And I'm kind of new to this, how these variances and everything work. So not really trying to get a variance, just trying to help you guys, because as more and more land is being developed, like just right up here to where the blue dot is right now, where that blue circle is, those 3,000 acres just got developed. That was also the winter ground for the deer. They're getting it. It was just approved for a plot map, from what I hear on all these cabins going in and being built there. So the problem is now is, where did those deer go? They're going to come right over into our property as well, and the elk as well. And so like, I have two options. Either we really build this into a great thing and help the public, help them have some great hunts, manage the elk, or we fence it all off and don't let anyone in. So I'll let you guys decide how you guys want to go, but that's ultimately what we're up against.
Okay, thank you. What was your name again?
Yeah, Trevor Milton.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do we have any questions for Trevor or for Chad?
I have a quick one, but it's probably been stated and I just missed it. I can't see it in my paperwork. What's the total amount of acreage on both pieces?
It's over 10,000.
So say the one on this side, is it under 10?
It's the one on the right side is 3,000. The one on the left side is 7.
Thank you.
I mean, within a few acres. I don't know the exact.
Okay, thank you.
Close
I
to that.
didn't see that.
How many elk tags are you seeking, bull and cow?
I would let the biologists actually pick that. We'll just help them. And that's why I kind of want to do this, is to really help you guys manage it. It doesn't matter to me, because we don't, I'm just, if they want to tell us how many they want us to carry and that would help the herds, we'll do it.
And then what options do you have to get a land bridge between the two parcels? I assume all of this between the two main chunks is all private?
Yeah, so it's just East Canyon between us. That's the section right between us, is East Canyon Reservoir. East Canyon Resort. There is potential to work with them on trading pieces. The hard part is all their resort thing is actually right below where our property boundary is. So that's kind of the issue there of the land break between it, is where they built that RV resort.
I've got a quick question. Maybe it's for Jayla or Chad, or maybe you as well, Trevor. On our Utah hunt planner, that section on the left says it's 5,100 acres, and you're claiming it's 7,000 acres. Do we have an error on our hunt planner?
Yeah, I think you do. I'll have to ask. I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
I'll have to grab
Okay.
I'll have to grab the parcels on this and highlight them again. I thought it was because we bought the Burton-Oley. It was originally 5, the Lazy H. Can I carry this thing?
Yeah. Go ahead.
So the Burton-Oley's had 2 pieces. They had this piece here, and then they had this piece here. So the 5,000 is this section here. We added another 2,000 with the Burton-Oley's about a year after that, and then we added another 3,000 over here. So I believe it's a total of 10. If I'm wrong, you can.
No, I think you're right on that. We just need to update ours. What I didn't want to do was have this committee approve an underacreage one when it was being presented as
That makes sense. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And if I'm wrong, you can not approve. You can just say no. But I believe it's over 10,000 is what it shows on our records. That took about 3 to almost 4 years now. I've been working on that to combine it all together and get rid of the landlocks, because there was those weird cutouts. Everything was landlocked. It had a whole bunch of weird things in it. So,
Trevor, so where the 2 little yellow dots are between the reservoir and your piece to the left there?
they're the access points for us to be able to have. Since we own that
Park
land.
there.
Yeah, it's kind of easement access points, and I kind of consider that the real, kind of the bridge between. But that's how we get in and out of this strip here. There's gates in here, and another big a section here. It's kind of access points to get into the property on this side.
And the rest of it around those 2 dots, that's the area you're talking about, that's the resort?
This is East Canyon Resort right here, and their actual you can see their RV parking is right here, and their resort is like all up in this area, and then they have a couple fields right here.
And so do they do any hunting on that property?
Oh yeah.
They do?
Yeah. Yeah, that's one of the biggest reasons why we're spending so much money. And this terrain is probably some of the hardest terrain I've ever hunted in my life. And or even been up in to manage. Some of these cliffs are a couple thousand feet high. It's no joke. And we have a tremendous amount of trespassers on our property every year from the resort. And we're working with, and the biggest problem is right now is there's no fencing. So they're all left to say, oh, I didn't see that on Onyx, or it was under a different name, or I didn't know. And so we actually had an elk killed up there this year that was gutted and killed on our property. We just found, and it was not us. So it's been pretty frustrating. That's another reason why someone needs to spend the money to manage this. There's just there's no one up there patrolling it, and they just go wherever they want.
So one problem you've got is to become a CWMU, you need to have an enforceable and identifiable boundary. How would you do that?
Well, we just on our Oakley property, we did the same thing. We put a 5-strand high-strung 42-inch barb fence. Lower has no barb, so that the essentially the doe, the babies can cross underneath without getting cut up. So we're doing some of it'll be lay down, some of it won't be. We did this just barely on Oakley as well, up in Oakley on Neal Creek. The whole thing got refenced this last summer. We're going to do the same thing. On the right side, it'll be fixed because it doesn't need to lay down. There's no real steep terrain. That's where all the deer winter. On the left side, probably 2/3 of the property will be lay down. It'll all be the same height, 5-strand, 42-inch, so they can get over easy without cutting themselves up, and the babies can get underneath without cutting themselves up. And just to give you an idea, that's going to cost me close to a little over $1.5 million. And so those are I want people to understand what actually goes into that between both the properties. It's a lot of money, and that's one reason why I'm not willing to turn people loose on the property. They just wreck it. And we got streams going up that one too, where the fish used to spawn up that river, and they don't anymore. So the downfall was so bad, no one's ever cleared it for the last 20, 30 years. So we're actually going to be working on trying to bring the fish migratory path back up into that, clearing out all the deadfall. And, it doesn't help when people are trashing the river. So anyways, just lots of work that needs to be done.
That's great. Any other questions for Trevor or Chad?
So did I understand that the parcel on the east side of East Canyon Reservoir was part of 5S? Now it's changed hands, and Mr. Milton has purchased it, I guess, or did you own it when it was part of 5S?
No, I just we purchased it a few months ago, and we asked them to remove it out of their CWMU now.
And so 5S picked up some other acreage in order to stay within the minimums. Is that right?
I believe Justin said he has something figured out. Don't know what that is. I haven't talked to him about it.
And what is, for Chad or Covey or Justin, what is the basis for allowing a non-contiguous variance? Is it that it's in the best interest of something, I suppose? But what is Greg, do you know?
Well, he can't have an elk CWMU unless he gets a variance here.
Right, but is there some guidance in the rules?
Not that I'm aware of.
Let's let Chad or Kobe answer that.
Yeah, not really. It just says if it's under acreage, then they can ask for a variance, and then we go through this process. So it'd be one of those, if you gave him a variance and he get 10,000 acres, then he could get that.
Well, what about non-contiguous? Because it meets the minimum acreage, but it's not contiguous.
Yeah, so that would be the
Same.
variance part here, yeah. So if you granted the non-contiguous, we'd consider that a 10,000 acre CWMU, and in turn would be an elk CWMU.
On that east parcel, is that an easement for the road? Is that why it doesn't go through and connect there? There's not connectivity there?
You mean the part that's not highlighted?
Up on
Oh yeah, that's a
65.
highway. The highway's going right through that little section right there. So it's just the highway separates it. And for what it's worth, land is everything's getting developed. And I know everyone doesn't like variances, but this is how you deal with things that are coming at you, in my opinion. And this is something I think that helps everyone. It doesn't, it's it's hard for me to lobby because I don't really, it's not for us. It's for everybody. I'm trying to add cow tags. I'm trying to, elk tags, help the public hunters, help us. And I even told them they could choose kind of the quantity they want. So I'm okay either way. I won't be offended whether, not that it matters, but I'll let you guys choose whatever you want to do.
How do you deal with that hook-shaped piece on the east side that might be owned by the Richins, according to Sheldon Richins, according to this? Sheldon's deceased, but.
You're talking about the little piece that's cut out?
Yeah, on the east side. How do you deal with that?
Yeah, so right now that's not part of our 10,000. It's not included in our 10,000, so it's not included in the 10,000 that we own. I've talked to them about either, if they would want to trade that for other pieces that were not in the middle, or if they wanted to do something else with it, and their family's talking about that. Right now we were just going to fence it off, and they just said, "Hey, hold on, we're going to talk about that." So.
Have you approached East Canyon to see if there's a way to get more connectivity between the two pieces?
Yeah, I got a meeting with them here shortly, talking about that. And so that may be something that can work, as has a lot of people on that board, and it's very complex and nothing happens quick. I would imagine if anything did happen, it would probably take 2 to 3 years. So my hope is, we set it up. It helps bring a lot of bring some public hunters in. We get some cow elk, get the cow elk population down, a couple bulls, whatever. And if you guys like it, we can continue. If you don't, then we don't need to. But I think it'd be good. Just my opinion. I've been up there and spent a lot of time, and I think it would help having one person manage that in the public interest of additional hunts is what it seems like everyone needs right now.
What methods do you have to hunt right now? Is it just private lands, cow tags that you can buy over the counter, and then general season bull tags?
Yeah, well, and I think the Lazy H, it's kind of complicated because Justin has been kind of managing this one on the right side. The last year we managed this one, even though it was part of another CWMU. And we told them we're done now. We only want to do our own. But it's just really been, as of right now, it's been part of those CWMUs, but it would be the over-the-counter tags.
Trevor, can I just assume that you're going to try to make these connect? You're going to do everything in your power to connect these?
I would love to. I'm trying. As everyone knows, the more you push, sometimes the worse it gets. So you have to kind of let families kind of come to, like it was the Burton Ole piece. It took us 3 years and 2 contracts that fell apart before certain family members were just finally decided to do it. And so I would love to, yeah. And I'd be happy to move it with it when look, I deal a lot with they call it Scrabble or hard Scrabble. Yeah, hard Scrabble. And I'd love to put it together with hard Scrabble down the road because we both have very similar opinions on trying to get rid of manage the predators and allow not to kill the big ones. I mean, one thing we've done up in Oakley is all of the tags that we have that we give to family members, we have rules with them. We kill the smaller non-typicals or the bucks that don't have good genetics and allow the big guys to live. And it's amazing over 2 or 3 years what's happened with that herd. It's actually, we've started to see some really big monster, beautiful bucks in there we've never seen before. And so it's not about, we just have a different philosophy on how to manage it. We're not going after that. We're not trophy. We're more management.
Okay, any more questions for Trevor or the division? Are we good to move this to internal discussion? Okay, let's go that. Let's have committee discussion.
I think it's a super tough ask to get these conjoined. I don't think there's a prayer in the world that East Canyon gives up the ground around the reservoir. I think it's highly unlikely that he's ever joined in the bottom, personally. It's admirable to try, but I think that's highly unlikely.
Yeah, the only other time that I remember dealing with this exact issue on this committee has been when there was a pretty viable option to get them connected, and they were working hard in that direction. It looked like there were some options. So that's the only thing that I know of trying to deal with a variance of this nature, where we've been positive about it. Maybe a connection to hard Scrabble is the way to go. But I'm also concerned if this hasn't been hunted as a CWMU and it doesn't have an enforceable and identifiable boundary, we could be throwing a bunch of hunters into a scenario that's going to be difficult and against the rule.
I think if he's willing to fence it, I mean, one thing I think of here, and we talked about it in our last meeting about, having public acreage, and a lot of it is because technology is changing. Non-contiguous doesn't, to me, this doesn't mean as much. Because if we're okay with the private or the public hunter finding his way around boundaries with a device, why can't a CWMU have similar, be in a similar spot?
And the Lazy H is already a CWMU, is that correct? Yeah. So yeah, it was already a CWMU, so it already should have some kind of a boundary. Does Hardscrabble, that borders on the west side of this property?
No, it's barely, there's one piece missing. It would be East Canyon Resort.
Okay.
So we do have a meeting with their board here in actually a few days, but I don't like to get into that publicly with people about different things. And I have no idea what they want to do, but
I just, in the past, when things like this have come before the committee, I feel like we've pushed landowners to try to work together with their neighbors. And I agree with Mike that it would be a hard ask that East Canyon would give up anything that would give them connectivity, but it's possible just because, they could dictate what can be closed or opened and things. But this is one of those. This is one of those issues where you could see how it would benefit the management of the species, hunter access, but it doesn't meet the rule. So, and I do commend the type of fence you're making.
Could I ask just a few questions? It seemed to me from our other meetings that there may have been some rule that said if you have over 10,000 acres that establishes your CWMU for elk, that you can have some degree of non-contiguousness. I don't know if that was just corners touching in a checkerboard land ownership. And it seemed to me also that the rule that was read mentioned new CWMUs, implying that there's a different rule for old ones. Is that true?
I'll let Chad answer content questions on the rule.
Yeah, I think when he did, so we're looking at it, he could do an application for, if this was granted, he probably would have to do a new CWMU. I'd have to look more into that. Where it's saying a new CWMU. Yeah, I don't know if you'd consider that if you combine the two and just.
Just, maybe this will get me in trouble, but I have a CWMU that's non-contiguous already. I don't know how I got one. Covey will probably say I stole it or something. He's maybe left the room. Anyway, I don't know, what all the rules are there. We have, in my case, we have, 30 or 35,000 acres in addition to this that is contiguous. But I'm just wondering, what the lay of the land is. Are there other non-contiguous CWMUs?
There are.
And how were they granted, and what was the basis for allowing them?
Probably the most recent one, I think, was the double R, and it had a piece of BOR between the two. So they asked for that variance where it was kind of taken away from them by the BOR, so they couldn't connect. And so, yeah, the board ultimately decided to grant that one.
That's BOR is kind of like just federal land, It's just a different agency of the DOI.
Reclamation.
What's that?
Reclamation.
Yeah,
lands,
reclamation's under the Department of Interior, just as BLM is. But are there others where there's private land or other things separating it?
Yeah. There's a few statewide that are non-contiguous. A lot of times their one contiguous block does meet the standard and then it's added in.
That's what I was asking
Oh.
before, whether or not, if you have 10,000 acres that is contiguous, and then there's another piece that's non-contiguous.
Yeah, you have like Old Woman Plateau down in southern Utah that it's, I don't think any of those chunks are contiguous.
No, yeah, so like not Old Woman was part of the PHU unit and they were grandfathered in. And then usually if a landowner has enough contiguous acres to meet the minimum, then they can also add non-contiguous.
Yeah.
I was trying to go whether there was, so we don't have 10,000 acres on the west side, we have 7,000. And so it's a deer CWMU on the west now. To get to elk, you'd have to have 10,000 on one side, and then you might be able to add 2,000 on the other side under that rule where you have to have a block that meets the 10,000.
Yeah, so I think that's a fair point, Chris, is I think there's a couple options on this one, is that you could say, yeah, it's a deer CWMU and that's a non-contiguous part of the deer CWMU, or you'd have to say this non-contiguous is granted in, and where it's non-contiguous, we're also granting it to be an elk CWMU. So I think you have both those options on the table, but yeah, with historical speaking, to put that in as a non-contiguous deer, I think that is consistent to what we've done in the past.
What would be inconsistent would be to piggyback on the deer and go to elk when the initial holding, when there's no 10,000 acre block.
Yeah,
Would that be inconsistent? Have we done that anywhere else?
I don't know of one that hasn't been grandfathered in from the beginning that we haven't had that, at least that we've done non-contiguous without the big block securing.
And that got me to the earlier question of, is there a distinction between a new CWMU, which this is a new elk, and an old one, or whether there's some grandfathering privileges because this was a CWMU for deer? Does that give it a foot in the door under the grandfathering rule?
I think that this has been enough different, it has changed enough that I wouldn't say that. I would say let's look at it face value and not consider it as part of grandfathering. It's enough different.
One reason for the contiguous rule is so we don't get like multiple CWMUs that like sister up that aren't contiguous to have an elk CWMU. I think that was one thought with it. And of course, there's always the argument that a 5,000 acre parcel could be a better elk CWMU than a 20,000, but that's not how the rule reads.
Well, if this were granted without the 10,000 acre anchor, wouldn't it be quite a precedent for lots of, non-contiguous blocks totaling 10,000 acres to be applying for the same treatment?
Can I jump in and clarify too? Just chatting with Covey back there. So a lot of times in the past, sometimes the recommendation this committee has made is that you give them a certain amount of time to make it contiguous. So probably in the past, it's like you got these pieces and there's been talk of if they can get access through East Canyon, but say, okay, it's granted for 3 years. You got 3 years to try to figure out how to make it connect. Just something that's happened in the past to consider.
I would also say, based on experience, once something's given, it's really hard to take it away. So. All right, if there's no more internal discussion, I'll entertain a
Is
motion.
there one last thing I could just say to you guys? On that, I'm a little hard for me here because I'm happy to pull them out. Like I've already told them I want to pull them out of the CWMU. So the public is going to lose 10,000 acres of hunting privileges over someone worrying about 40 yards or 100 yards or 200 yards of land missing, I think is quite crazy. But
Okay,
just
thank
my,
you for
just
that.
my thought.
So for me, I can see this being a deer CWMU where the one block exceeds the 5,000 minimum requirement. So my motion would be to grant the variance for the mule deer CWMU, but deny the elk portion and encourage Mr. Milton to continue to try to grow that to exceed the 10,000 acres. So the motion would be, I guess, to accept this variance for a mule deer CWMU, allow him to manage for mule deer on both sides. And like I said, the justification would be the excess of the 5,000 acres required for the CWMU for mule deer.
I'd second that.
Okay, we have a motion from Mike Lauder, a second from Mike Christensen. And the motion is to accept the variance for a mule deer CWMU, but to deny it for an elk CWMU. Is that correct? Everybody clear on the motion? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No? Yeah. Okay, we've got 6 in favor, 1 opposed with Eric Thacker opposed. Just for the record, Eric, you want to explain that?
I'm just not sure. I guess I'm still not 100% clear on the rule, but it seems to me that there's a benefit to the public to this being in an elk CWMU. So to me, that's where I'm weighing it out in my mind is we have the variances because we can allow something that doesn't meet the very strict sense of the rule. And especially if there's a willingness to provide additional public tags because the board's allowed this variance, or the DWR's allowed the variance, sorry, we don't allow that. But to me, it seems like there's a reasonable attempt to work there because I feel like we're kind of throwing the baby out with the bathwater a little bit. I don't know, maybe that the management of an uncontiguous block like that becomes very problematic, but I feel comfortable that he's addressed most of the questions surrounding the complications with addressing the fact that it's not contiguous.
Okay, thank you. Okay, 7:10, we've been at it 2 hours and 10 minutes. Why don't we take a 10-minute break and reconvene, and then at that point we'll hear agenda item number 7, Sweetwater. Hey, Mike, Lauder. I think we're gonna get rolling, so. We good, Mike? Right now? Okay. Well, welcome back, everybody. Next, we're going to move on to agenda item number 7, Sweetwater Underacreage Elk CWMU. So we'll have Chad present it, and then we will hear from Jake Sorensen. So let's go ahead and let Chad present it.
So we have all of these that are right there in East Canyon. Then we have these guys. You guys missed something or? Anyway, Sweetwater CWMU, they're a new CWMU. This fall is the first year, right? So they're brand new CWMU. They're in there for deer and pronghorn. Down on the boulder by Escalante. Currently, it's 8,246 acres. I gave out some information prior, and I want to somewhat correct that information that I gave to you guys. It was about depredation payments. And when I first looked at it from 2018 to 21, it looked like there was a big decrease in what we were paying, which is true. But after talking to the biologist, Kyle Christensen, he told me that a lot of the reason those payments have gone down so much is that we've entered other agreements that have knocked those prices off, as far as like grazing in places that have knocked that payment off. So there's still, I think Kyle said $8,000 worth of damage this year. It's just that we only had to pay $3,500. And a lot of that is on elk. So yeah, they're just here to look for that, a variance to be an under acreage elk CWMU.
All right, I'm Jake Sorensen, and so yeah, we're here for that variance, and I'm pretty new to it. I don't understand all of the lingo, but yeah, we're excited. We're trying it out, looking to be cooperative, looking to change our view on how we deal with wildlife, how we can help, and try to be a little bit better with our stewardship and all that. So yeah, I'm new. I don't know a ton. I'm going to have my new operator come up and give you the lowdown on it. Ash Jenkins, go.
As far as the CWMU goes, then I've talked to a few of you about it before, and one of the reasons we're trying to request an under acreage CWMU is because we literally have every piece of private property that is contiguous included in the CWMU. So there's no other acreage that we can obtain. Physically impossible to get any more contiguous. I think we're sitting right around 8,500 acres. And with this, then it will help where the public will be able to get public cow elk tags. Right now, they're getting mitigation tags, but those are just private. So if we were approved to the CWMU, then the public will receive cow elk tags as well as a public bull elk tag. So it will be helping out and benefiting the public property, or being able to help the public hunt the private property. And I know that some of the questions with the under acreage CWMUs is that will it be able to have a population to where the public hunters can be successful? And when we've spoke about that, we will put in our management plan to give the public hunter the option, if they would like us to guide them, we would guide them to make sure that they are successful on their hunt for the bull elk hunt. I know that there's been different CWMUs where public hunters have difference in opinions, whether they want you to guide them or don't want you to guide them. But we would definitely give them that option to try to make sure that they were successful to take care of the public hunters on the public bull tag. So is there I don't know if there's any other questions or anybody that has.
Yeah. Is there any questions for Chad, Jake, or Ash?
When you say option to be guided, would you charge a
No,
guide fee?
no charge. So we have I operate 2 other CWMUs, and we give the same option to some of those guys because there's different CWMUs, and the public hunters, sometimes they feel like if you're required to be guided, that they think that you're going to take them somewhere that there's not going to be animals. And so if they'd like to be guided, we'd be more than happy to help them, but we're not going to force them to be guided. So.
Is this within one of the limited entry units, either the Dutton or the Boulder?
It has acreage in both units, Boulder and Dutton. It crosses the highway, both sides.
Are those limited entry trophy elk units or for?
Yeah,
just
it's a
mule deer?
limited entry unit.
Limited, is it a trophy unit? Is it like some of the others that are low harvest objectives, but good age structure and so forth, or is it?
I would say yes, it's in a good limited entry unit. I've hunted this property myself, and we've killed bulls on this property before.
Is the biologist here that's over this?
He is, yes, Eric, or Kyle Christensen.
Sorry, what was your name again?
I'm Kyle Christensen. I live in Panguitch.
Hi, Kyle. Give us your opinion on the elk herd in here.
So this is definitely addressing depredation claims. Those payments that he showed, like Chad talked about, they did show a decrease, but that's, like he said, we've worked out lease agreements where they run cows on some of our WMAs, and we, in lieu of payment, take that off of the depredation claim. But 80% of that depredation claim is elk. You're kind of right. Their Sweetwater sets about 7,500 feet in elevation between the Mount Dutton and the Panguitch and the Boulder unit. And they have several pivots in there. So you're kind of have an ice cream store in a desert. I mean, those elk come off in the spring and the fall and hit those green pivots. But it's not uncommon in the spring to go in there and see 150 plus bulls that will spring in there. And same thing in the fall. It's not uncommon to see 200 elk in the property. It is a really good elk habitat.
So a few more questions. How are they able to mitigate with cow tags right now? Like, how do they obtain cow tags?
So
right
through the
now?
depredation program, so we issue them mitigation vouchers and free permits as well.
And then how many elk tags would you be recommending, and then both for bulls and cows?
So the Boulder right now is actually pretty sitting under objective with the Dutton as well. I think it could still see cow harvest, but the objective range on the Boulder is 1,200 to 1,700 in our last survey. Based off population, we're sitting right at 12 to 1,300. So I wouldn't want to be super aggressive with cow permits, but it is definitely, as we grow, it can sustain cow harvest and take that. So we would be, maybe a little more moderate with the cow harvest at first until our population comes back. The age structure on the Dutton and the Boulder are both looking really good. Boulder came back this year at 7.8 average age. It holds its structure really well. The Dutton came back at 7.5. They both hold really good bulls. But I think it could take 3 to 4 harvested bulls off there a year. It's a place that a lot of people look for bulls, especially because they're on the private property and watch bulls in the rut. It's a really good habitat that way.
And then, so your suggestion would be 3 to 4 bulls, and then, so how many of those would be public then? Just one?
Yeah.
And then, to be reasonable, according to what you were saying, how many cows would you suggest?
I think this first year, we'd have to look at it pretty close, but I think you could do 5 to 6 start off. And we could do more, talking to the operators and seeing what they're seeing on the ground too. But I think anywhere from 5 to 10 the first year would be okay. And that's an attainable number that the public and everyone could be successful and happy with.
All right. And then I've got a question for Ash.
Can I ask him a question first? or maybe it doesn't matter who answers it. How many cows are you killing annually now on there?
So I give the max mitigation vouchers, so 20, they get 20 mitigation vouchers and 20 free tags. And we don't have, the harvest doesn't come down specifically by per property acreage, but I was talking with them and we're probably around 70% success.
Okay, so of the 40, you're probably killing over 30 then. Right, because you said 20 free tags, 20 vouchers. Did I understand right?
20 vouchers and 2 free permits.
Oh, 2 free permits.
Yeah, so
My bad.
22 total. And that's the max allocation we can give for that property. So we're giving.
So has that helped alleviate the depredation on the alfalfa fields?
I think Daryl's face tells the story there.
The face has said it all. Thank you.
And that's the other thing I guess maybe to mention to your point is we do spring removals as well. And the hard part in the springs, there are a lot of bulls in there. So we have, as a division, harvested, we try and target specifically yearling and small branch antler bulls, but we do have removals, division removals happen on this property as well.
So how many spring removals annually are you averaging?
So we haven't done any the last 2 years with the agreement that we've had with the property exchange. But from 2017 to 19, we did them every year.
And how many bulls were you taking?
We killed 10 every year.
10 every year.
So really quick, so you're shooting about 30 elk a year off their property?
Yeah, and that's just with cow permits. That's not.
Well, no, that would be with the bulls also.
Yeah.
Those,
And there could be also like if they let somebody on with
Yeah.
the public tag, there could be some more harvest there as well.
but then earlier you said that you'd give out about 3 or 4 bull tags and give me an idea on cow tags. 5 or 6?
6. That's just because the unit's
so-
under objective right now. We're at the bottom end of objective. So the range on the boulder is 12 to 1,700 elk, and based off our last survey and models, we're at about 1,250, in between 12 and 1,300 elk.
In this area, how's the elk population?
They're still good. I mean, across the whole boulder, we're down a little bit, but there's still a significant amount of elk, and we could take more harvest as well. But it's just why the population is down. I'd like to let them rebound as well.
Yeah, and I understand that. It's just that when we do antlerless hunts, we don't, we can do mini micro units to control elk populations.
Yeah.
And so, yeah. And then on the depredation payments, it's not a cumulative effect on whether or not a ranch or a farm gets a bull tag on like, kind, and quality. If the damage meets or exceeds the price of what one of those tags would be worth, then they can get a male tag for that species, correct? But it's not cumulative. It's not combined over years. It's just by year.
Yeah, I think I'll let Chad. Where's Chad at? Oh, he's doing technical stuff, but I'll answer it. Yeah. So I mean, if you're in a damage situation and there's the value of the crop loss is going to exceed more than the value of the tag, in some cases double, then we have issued bull vouchers in the past. I've got a question for Jake. So earlier, Jake, it was mentioned that in order to offset damage payments, that your operation will graze cattle on division properties. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. So if this becomes a CWMU and the purpose of CWMUs are, well, in part to build public tolerance of wildlife, there would be a lot of compensation to be had by being a CWMU.
Sure.
Would you still expect to graze cattle on division properties, or would that be off the table because that's offsetting the damage payments now?
Sure. I mean, we'd always love to continue to be cooperative and work with you guys on grazing anywhere, so.
Sure.
But at this point, I can't say either way.
Okay.
Stay right there for a second. All right, so I just want to make sure I understand the kind of the whole view of this variance. So are you saying if it was granted and you could have these bull elk tags that you could sell, whether it be, I don't know, 2, 3, whatever, and then we'd have, 5 or 6 cow tags on there. If we were to approve the variance and not allow any more payments for depredation, and would you also, maybe this is also for your biologist, would you also not have any more mitigation cow hunts and also not have any more spring removals because you'd feel like you're a whole? So there wouldn't really be anything else that the division needs to do to make this worth it. If we made a variance like that, I want to hear what your opinion is. Are you still going to move forward to the board, or?
No, I think if it's approved, then we'd be happy with. I don't know, if the management side of the elk, if that fulfills what you guys are looking for as well, then that's great,
Yeah, all I'm saying is if making sure you understand, if we made a motion and so you were not going to get payments anymore because you've got elk, that's what we're talking about here, and you're good with that?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah. And then biologists also, you think this would also resolve the getting mitigation tags every year for cows and spring removals of
Yeah.
bulls?
Yes, and then maybe just a point of clarification too on, this is just one property that Sweetwater owns. They have another ranch in Escalante and in Marysville and Junction, and the piece that they are actually grazing cows on now is a completely different entity from Johns Valley. It's actually, it joins the Junction property better. And so that payment is actually going to that place now. It's not tied to this anymore this year. So they were using Black Canyon, a different WMA, but they've actually gone to the Elbow Ranch, and it contiguizes the Junction Ranch, and that's where it's being used now.
So you're saying there's not depredation payments going to this ranch? Or are they going to that ranch because of partially this ranch?
Well, if it becomes a CWMU, there won't be any depredation payments. I was just clarifying that when I was talking about how we trade, or they were trading grazing for depredation payments, that moved in the last year to the Elbow Ranch. And so that's actually tied to a different entity than we're talking to at the CWMU. They have several ranches scattered through southern Utah.
Thanks, man.
Hold up. So if we didn't approve the variance, would there be a swap for the grazing still continued? Or is it tied to the other ranch?
It's tied to the other ranch.
Okay.
I see that this is surrounded by I think it's called the St. John or the Johns Valley block of Sitla. Is there any ramification there? I assume it's land that Sitla do you know if Sitla's intents are to sell this off, or is it, I assume it's in the acreage that's leased by the division for public access, and that it's treated just like the surrounding federally owned lands? Is that true?
Yeah, so there is a lot of Sitla, and there's actually portions, especially up on that the northern west part of it. Sweetwater actually has obtained an agricultural lease from the state, and so they have full control of that as well. I don't know the terms of how long they have the lease for, and I can't speak to what Sitla's priorities are with the land. I'm not sure. I don't see it going anywhere anytime soon. But I honestly can't speak to that, what Sitla's.
One last question. Is there any adjoining public land, or is everything around it public or Sitla or forest? Or?
Yeah,
Okay.
we got every piece of contiguous private land that we could.
Okay.
And that's the thing, they have over 21,000 acres that I know just off the top of my head in the Boulder unit, but this is just what we contiguize. And this is honestly the best elk habitat. We could throw some other property at it, but it'll make it hit 10,000 acres, but the core area they've got there is what we need.
with that said, if we approve this, are we going to hear back again that, well, now we want to add this parcel here and this parcel there?
No, there's nothing really close there that we could add without making an LOA. I mean, we've got everything that's close.
And then on your mitigation tags, you say you give out, or depredation mitigation, around 2022. What kind of harvest do they usually have?
About 70%, roughly. So we don't get that back per landowner. We get it per, but just talking to them and kind of what they see, we're about 70% success.
Quick question for the landowners. Can you give us an estimate of your monetary loss due to depredation on your alfalfa fields? You have any sense?
A bunch.
Can you put a bunch into dollars?
Well, it's hard because if I take a cow and I lock her in a corral and I feed her good feed, I can get away with feeding her 20, 25 pounds a day. If I put her in my hay field, she'll eat 50 pounds a day. I believe the elk do the same thing, not to that extent, but I think the DWR measures how much the elk eat if they're locked in the corral. And I say, well, because what's their figure? 7.5 pounds per day or something, Kyle? Anyway, I just think once they go in the field, they're eating 2 or 3 times more than that. But the rule says that's all they pay us for, what they see in the field and whatever they're saying they're eating. And I'm saying, no, it's probably 2 to 3 times that much. So if they're paying me $10,000 a year, I'm saying they're probably eating $20,000 or $30,000 worth a year. That's not counting the fencing, which the DWR has done a lot of fencing for us over the years. They have done some land exchange, would let us use some of these wildlife management areas. Some of them been all right. The one we missed was Annabelle. So we've used Black Canyon, we've used the Elbow Ranch, we've used Annabelle. We have 24 pivots in this valley. We're the only farmers in this valley, the only ones with a ranch. We get a lot of resident elk, and then we're also getting a lot of migration from the Boulder to the Dutton and then back to the Boulder. So we kind of get double dipped by the elk. You know, I got elk calving there, I got elk breeding there, and I got elk passing through all the time. This is probably one of the major corridors in the state with very few elk crossings. And so guess who gets to fix most of that fence? We do every year. That being said, the DWR has been good to try and help us with this. You know, I've had Greg Sheehan out there on the ground. We've gone through 3 or 4 biologists. I've been there 16 and a half years. We're just looking for something to make it work.
Will this affect any deer depredation? I mean, are we gonna, I want to make sure we're covering all our bases here. I don't want to approve an elk CWMU and then we're coming back saying, well, now we got.
So it's already enrolled in a deer and
Oh,
a pronghorn.
it is?
Yep.
Okay,
So in
thank
fall, it's already
Okay.
approved and enrolled. We're just trying to get a variance for elk.
What was your name?
Daryl Spencer.
Daryl.
So I manage the Sweetwater.
Thank you, Daryl.
Okay, there's no more questions. Let's turn this to committee discussion. How do we feel about this one?
How many acres is it deficient? 1,800? Thereabouts?
Yeah, 1754.
1754.
So one quick thing is, if we do 3 tags, then they're going to choose the lowest split, and that'll make the antlerless elk go 50-50. And if we're approving a variance, I kind of feel like they should maybe give something a little more, whether it be like an extra public bull tag over the course of the COR, or, you know, maybe 100% on the antlerless. I mean, I think the public would probably prefer an extra bull tag on the boulder, but, you know, I think there's got to be a little bit more give there. Just that's an initial impression, so.
I agree with you, Mike. I think, just so you know where I'm at, I actually was not interested in approving this one tonight, but the more we talk about it and the more benefits that I can see, I think if we do make a motion for a variance and we support it, we could certainly put conditions on there that will make it a good thing for the public, as well as something that works for the rancher and something that works for the division. Maybe everybody can win if we're careful with our motion.
Yeah, I think I'm leaning that same way. I just think if there was other private land to be had, I would, you know, say, hey, go get more ground, but obviously there's not. And I think what Kyle said, that there's a huntable elk population there, and let's stop paying depredation and letting the wildlife pay for themselves. I think it's a win-win in my mind.
I think another factor is the irrigated lands in the bottom of that valley are going to be a strong magnet to elk, deer, antelope, anything, especially in dry years, they'll gravitate down there. And for the reasons others have stated, that it's all the private land that could be surrounded by Sittler or federal public, with lots of habitat on both sides. So I could support it.
Any other thoughts from the committee? If not, let's move towards a motion.
I have one quick question for the biologist before we move to that. And that is, I mean, how do you justify this to public hunters that are waiting for max points to draw one of these tags? We're now, because will these tags come out of the allocation for those units, or will these be additional tags?
Anything into a CWMU is additive, so it doesn't withdraw
Okay.
from the public hunter.
So again, how would that then be perceived by the public in general that are waiting for those tags?
We explain, you know, just the cooperative, we're cooperating wildlife with private landowners, and that we are giving public access to that private land where they can hunt a bull on one of the, in my opinion, the best limited entry units in the state. And I think there's also room to, and these would be up to the operator, but I think we could also be more fair with the cow split too, or something like that.
I think Kobe's coming up behind you to probably argue that it's not the best limited entry in the state, but that's okay. Go ahead, Kobe.
I just think we need to clarify this question, because it's not that the CWMU permits are added or deducted from the unit permits, right? But they are always accounted for. So when you have a unit like the boulder that you manage for the age objective that you do, it takes a lot of bulls to hit that 7.5 to 8 year old bull. Okay. And so if you remove them from pool B, you're really removing them from pool A too, right? And so it's a reallocation. And that doesn't necessarily mean that it's 1-to-1. That's not what I'm saying. And I've got made fun of for saying this before, but there are no like magic animals, right? There are no, these animals move. They're going to be here sometimes and there sometimes. And so they're not additive in the fact that we wouldn't just deduct those from the boulder permit recommendations, but they will add to the harvest. And if that lowers the age objective on the unit, we will cut permits. Does that make sense? And if the CWMU can't meet that minimum harvest that we're managing, because it's different. A lot of our elk CWMUs and our deer CWMUs, frankly, are inside of general season units. And when you put them inside of limited entry units, then they have a different set of standards they have to maintain. And so we would have to watch that very carefully. We can do it, but that's what the biologist will have to take into account.
Are we just assuming all these elk come off the boulder, or do they come off the Dutton as well? And does that cause some issues?
I think
all
that
as well?
a better assumption would be that all of those elk in that complex move back and forth, right? So, and I'm saying boulder, but it could be said for the Dutton. That's a big complex of elk, and we've shown a lot of movement there.
Same age objective between those two units? No, right?
No.
So which unit are we going to hold the standard to?
So the boulder is 7.5 to 8 and the
Yep.
Dutton is 6.5 to 7.
Exactly.
But I would say, it is a complex, but the majority of these elk are boulder in the fall when we're going to be hunting them.
But when they turn in that tooth, which unit are you going to put it against?
It will go on the boulder.
It'll go on the boulder.
But I will also add that we've been killing 10 bulls each spring as well. A depredation just to take into account as we talk about.
Yeah, I understand that, but on the other end, we're spinning that dial, the 10 elk,
Yeah.
but then we're over here, you gotta meet the objective. And
Yeah.
if they don't meet the objective, then their tags get cut.
Yeah, and like I said, last year on the boulder, we went from 7.2 to 7.8, so we're on an increase on the age objective on the boulder.
So Ash has to shoot 7-year-olds, is what you're telling us? We should make that part of our motion. No pressure.
You know, it's interesting. I don't vote on this committee by rule. I try to get us from point A to point B. As I see this one though, the thing that really excites me is the ability to have some increased public tolerance of wildlife. And that excites me a little bit. I guess what I'm getting at is it's always better to have partners when it comes to wildlife management than adversaries. And as I look at these ag fields in the middle of two really good units with Forest Service lands, it's just ripe for conflict. And I think by the Sweetwater approaching us, I think that, there's a spirit of cooperation there that I think is a good thing. I'll entertain a motion. Or more discussion. But a motion.
I'm ready to go for a motion if we are ready. Okay. Here we go. I approve to deny, just kidding. All right, I want to make a motion to approve the Sweetwater CWMU request for a variance to be an elk CWMU at 8,246 acres, and with the following conditions. And to be very clear, these following conditions, because we're trying to manage so many people coming and asking for the same variances, this one is unique. And so with these conditions, the biologist review the bull tags carefully, move those numbers cautiously so that it can continue to be a good huntable population and be a good experience, particularly for the public hunter. I'm going to make a suggestion to have the cows that are available to hunt there be set at an 80-20 split. 80 for the public, 20 for the private. And that in approving this, the division ends their depredation payments for this property and also stops the spring bull harvest that's taking place on there. And then I would like to, at the beginning of this, each COR with this ranch, that we have a report back either from the operator or the biologist of how it's going with public hunters and with the whole experience overall.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion from Greg and a second from Mike Lauder. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, all in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Okay, it passes unanimously. Kristen, you're online. Did you capture that?
Yes, I did. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next up, we have the Neil Creek CWMU proposal. Chad, we'll let you present there.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Mill Creek is up in Summit County. They're requesting an underacreage elk CWMU. Currently, there's 5,640 acres, and it's functioning as a deer CWMU. There are arguments that there's other elk CWMUs that are underacreage that function well, and there's some that are over 10,000 acres that don't function as well as some of those that are under. They believe that this one would function well as an elk CWMU. I will say too, we have had elk CWMUs under the 10,000 acres in the past that also have not functioned very well. So, yeah, and then I'll get over and get a map pulled up.
Chad, do you want to pull up the map now and continue talking, or are we good to move this over to the operator? Oh, you're fine. Thank you.
Yeah, we can move it. You have a PowerPoint, right? Or was that you that have the? Is it? Okay. Do you have a map on there? Do you want a map up? Okay.
Chad, why don't you work on a map and then we'll let. Is it Andrew? Okay, we'll give Andrew 10 minutes on to explain the benefits of this CWMU variance.
Does it show up?
I'll start the timer when they get it pulled up. How's that? Oh, that's okay.
Yeah, so as he's pulling that up, you can see the one that's shaded in blue. So it's, I think that's Grass Valley that's next to it, bordering it.
I just got a quick question. Do you plan on giving this entire PowerPoint, what you just sent us?
Yeah.
Okay.
If
And
we
you can do that in 10 minutes?
I'm going to burn through it. I might skip a bunch of stuff. That's why I handed that out to you.
Yeah, hit the highlights, please. So, yep.
And Andrew, so you know, I shared with them a lot of those, the stuff you had in emails to us, they shared and had that information beforehand. So
Okay.
if you're thinking of things to cut, if they've reviewed that, that might be a place to cut.
Okay. Okay, here we go. I'm just going to dive right in because I got a lot of points. First slide, these are just 20 CWMUs, took the names off, but the question is which group would you rather put in for? Group 1 or Group 2? Without knowing any other information, I think the general public and most people would pick Group 1 with the limited information on the screen. Throw the acreage in. Group 2 has nearly twice the acreage. Does that change your mind? I think it doesn't for most people, absent some other insider information or other statistics. This shows that acreage in itself is actually not that critical to hunt quality or even public demand for a unit. And the data supports that
487 people put in for these 10 units that are under acreage for elk, more than double for one less tag. The average max points were higher. The point is acreage is probably the least important factor on the factors that are required for a good CWMU or CWMU approval. I would say A and B are the most important. Here's a section of the wildlife or the CWMU rule. A, you have to show that you can have them on your property during the season. B, that you can accommodate the amount of hunters. C, the enforceable boundaries. D, meets wildlife objectives. And E, has to deal with helping agricultural interests. The last, and I would say the least important, is the technical specifications. And those are in the next section. 10,000 acres elk, 5,000 deer, only private land. It has to be contiguous. And again, down here, even in the technical specs, it says all acreage that's counting towards this 10 or 5, all of those acreage has to qualify, has to provide a quality hunting opportunity. And if it doesn't, there's a variance. The variance applies for any of these things. The variance doesn't apply for any of the first A through E. And the variance is mandated. So I list this not to bag on any or say we don't need certain units, but it's just to show that variances are prevalent throughout the CWMU program. 17% are already under acreage. Another 17% can't even support antlerless hunting. Does that mean that those actually have animals on their place during the hunting seasons and can support elk? I would say no. I would say you've already granted a variance to these units for 2A, 2B, and 3E. There's 2 other CWMUs that have cow units or cow tags that have 0% success, and 3 others that aren't above that have less than 50% success on bulls. Again, is that really meeting the requirements of the rule? I feel like that's a variance, even if it's not an explicit one, it's been an implied one. So 42% of the units already have variances, and this isn't even counting all the date variances that have been given, the contiguous acreage variances that have been given. I would say more than half of the elk units already have some type of variance. So just the fact that variances are common in the CWMU program should give you confidence that doing another variance makes sense. I wanted to go through some of the reasons I've been told why acreage variances keep getting denied. Is that the 10,000 acre requirement's a hard line. You can't change it. That's actually false. That's the rule actually mandates a variance process. Older acreage CWMUs are somehow grandfathered. That's a misunderstanding of the rule. There's no grandfathering in the rule. Whatever variance options or requirements were met with those should be allowed to be considered on new applications. It's the way we've always done it. Is a bad way to manage. The one that I think there's a lot of traction is there's worry that there's going to be public pushback. I guess the first point of that is if the division's managing based on a few loud people at a RAC meeting, then we're going to have a terrible wildlife plan. I believe a lot of the people that are opposed misunderstand the public benefits provided by the CWMU program. And I also believe, even though there's some loud people that might be opposed to under acreage units, there's unbelievable support for them. And in fact, I believe there's way more support for them. 487 people applied for under acreage elk units. I would be shocked if there were 487 people contact the division at any point to say they were opposed to under acreage units. There's people dedicating 2 decades of point accumulation to hunt several of these units. So I guess to piggyback on that, I've also heard that there's rumblings within the division or even within the committee or wherever that people want to get rid of these under acreage units. And I think how in the world could we possibly take that opportunity away from the public, people that are willing to dedicate all this time? It's been very beneficial. Those units provide a great public resource. And then piggybacking on that thought, if these units do provide this great public service and resource, why are we not trying to expand on that? Why are we not trying to add more units that can provide quality hunting? It doesn't make logical sense to me why there's this big fear of adding underacreage units if they meet certain requirements. Another reason for denial is uncertainty of factors that need to be evaluated. The rule is silent. There's nothing like it does for date variances into November that says you must show that it's necessary. The variance language is the same for granting a variance for non-contiguous it is for total acreage. You guys just granted a non-contiguous variance tonight. There's no different standard for granting an acreage variance than there is for granting a non-contiguous variance. So I guess I just don't understand. The factors that need to be set that should be evaluated are those factors in the rule. Can it harbor elk? Can it provide a quality hunting opportunity? Can it support the amount of hunters? Can it have identifiable boundaries? And does it contribute to the division's management objectives? If it does, I believe it should be approved. Another one is a worry that if we approve one, then a whole bunch of other non-deserving variances are going to come through. The only way that happens is if you guys approve something, or that not you guys, the board approves something that doesn't have good conditions or requirements. And if you do have set conditions and requirements and other units meet them, yeah, let's have another 20 units. Let's expand the public hunting opportunities on these good units. It just makes sense. I mean, everyone's worried about point creep and having hunting opportunities for people. Why are we ignoring this opportunity? Approving.
2 more minutes.
2 minutes, okay.
Yep.
Approving CWMUs are going to require additional staff because there's going to be more to manage. Right, that's the division should be supporting the management of good areas. So the benefits, I'm just going to go through really fast. The variance will fulfill all the hunting purposes of the CWMU. This is from a CWMU presentation. Again, this provides a tool and a unit to better manage elk populations. Randy Larson's thing just came out, and there's been articles published about it, about how managing private land elk hunting is really important. It's the only way to properly manage elk herds. I shared some quotes from it. 2 of the DWR biologists are part of this study that just came out. Again, increased private pressure helps push elk back to public land as well as to other hunters in general season units. It would help in point creep. Everyone's looking for answers on that. One of the CWMU RAC requirements is, are there ways the CWMU program can help with point creep? Yeah, let's get some good units online to give some public tags out. And I guess the inverse of that is 487 applicants. If we did away with the underacreage units, can you imagine putting another 500 applicants into all the other units? How bad that would cause odds and points to escalate? It would be crazy. So there is benefits to the private landowner to do a CWMU, but that's part of the plan. That's good. Approval of this would add both cow and bull elk tags to the public that they don't already have. Again, helps point creep. So I guess my points are really quick. The 10,000 acre requirement, whatever number you pick is an arbitrary number because that doesn't calculate any science with any specific area. Different areas require different amounts to provide a good unit. 10,000 is a round number that was picked, but I believe there's valid reasons to vary from that. Public hunt opportunities are in short supply. Why not provide a couple more to some residents? This is my personal opinion. I believe that we should be seeking out every good unit that can provide good hunting opportunities. And we should base those decisions on biology, science, and public benefits, not on just a hard and fast dedication to a number that's in the rule. We have the tools. We pay the biologists. They have knowledge. We should listen to what they think.
Okay.
Anyway, so here's this is what I'm asking for, is a variance with these conditions. And that's what I've got. Thanks.
Thank you, Andrew. Very well thought out. Do we have any comments or questions for Andrew or Chad? Yeah, go ahead, Mike.
I have intimate knowledge of this ranch and formerly have guided on this ranch, which would have presented a conflict of interest. I haven't guided there for years, and so there is no longer a conflict of interest.
Mike, thanks for saying that, because I think it's important that we get conflicts of interest out there on any CWMU that we're operating. And so thanks for being open.
Absolutely. I didn't know how to handle that. I've known Andrew for years. I could speak to this ranch's quality. There are elk on this ranch year round. There's a ton of water. The hunts that I personally guided on this ranch were successful. Very classy operation, very well run. I have nothing but good to say about this operation. From an animal standpoint, it harbors a lot of elk. I'd like to hear from Dave. Dave's the biologist in that area, and I'd kind of like to get his opinion on it. That's my perception. I've spent quite a bit of time on this ranch hunting predators and messing off, so I'm pretty familiar with it, but I'd like to get it from Dave.
Yeah, so this is a really good piece of property. It's sitting probably 7,500 to 9,000 feet. It does have elk on it year round. Yeah, that's probably about all I can add, unless you got a question.
How many bull tags would you be suggesting, and what about cow tags?
I'd be looking at 10 bull tags and 10 cow tags if we were to go forward.
How many acres would it be, Dave?
5,468, I think.
So it includes the Riverbend Bar Milton Ranch of 2,239 or something, and then it includes some of Janet Griffith's Blonquist land? Well, just Riverbend? Oh, okay.
Does it currently sit in any bull unit?
Yes.
And are there private land only cow tags offered
Yes.
in that unit? So there's already an opportunity to, so there could be archery hunters currently, rifle hunters, youth hunters, and muzzleloader hunters, correct?
Correct.
Plus the private land only cow tags go from August 15th to the
I'm not
31st
sure.
of
Yeah, I think it
January?
is August 15th to the.
Something like that.
Yeah.
So there's unlimited.
Correct.
elk
Well, there's 500 of that Chalk Creek area.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So there's 500.
Correct.
Okay. Do they sell out?
No.
Okay. So
Are there any depredation problems on this property with the division?
No.
Deal.
have you tried, this is for the landowner, I guess. Have you tried, or the operator, have you tried to get more landowners involved to come up to the acreage requirements?
There's no landowners contiguous to us that would provide us enough acreage without stealing from neighboring CWMUs. What you can't see on this map is there's a lot of cabins and smaller acreage owners south of us. And then, I mean, it would be a mess. We'd have to add like 20 owners with 300 acre pieces, and it wouldn't be feasible to try to hit 10,000 with the neighboring units unless we stole from neighboring outfitters, and I have too good a relationship with them to try to take any of their land.
Is that Grass Valley right there next to you?
Yeah, it's Grass Valley to the west. Stillman Creek is to the right.
You ever looked at joining Grass Valley?
Yeah, I mean, the problem is operating on your own is different than getting a lease payment from an outfitter. So it just doesn't make financial sense.
Any other questions for Andrew or Dave or Chad? I guess I've got one more. Your presentation was well done, a lot of information, very thorough. At the end of the day, you're just asking, you're a deer CWMU right now, you're just asking to be an elk CWMU as well, that's it?
That's what I'm asking,
Okay.
yes. Yeah,
Just want to make sure I understood.
Yeah, we'll continue the deer no matter what, but yeah, just asking for a variance to be an elk unit, no different dates. And I don't know if this affects things. I know Dave just said he would recommend 10 and 10. Again, we harvest more than 10 elk on our unit every year. If the variance isn't for 20 bulls, so two public and 18, then I probably won't pursue this any further. And that's not an ultimatum. I'm just saying I don't want to waste anyone's time. Yeah, so if you do any type of approval, I would ask for 20 bull elk tags with a 90-10 split and all the cow elk going to the public.
What kind of quality of bulls on a Boone and Crockett scale do you, if you're shooting 18 or 20, typically get there?
I don't know. We always call them Chalk Creek bulls. They're not, it's an opportunity hunt. We do shoot a few 300-inch bulls, but we target 5x5s, but they're probably 3-year-old bulls that we have 3, 4, 5-year-old bulls that get harvested.
Thank you.
So why don't you continue to just operate it with the over-the-counter or the over-the-counter tags that you can get? Therefore, you wouldn't be limited in the numbers that you had.
Right. This request is truly to get better quality, being able to hunt during the rut with a rifle. Currently, we have to flood. We let elks accumulate on our ground all fall, and don't hunt them, don't touch them, don't disturb them, and then go out opening day of the rifle elk hunt, because that's the only time we can hunt with a rifle and harvest. It's just, I feel like it's a really poor way to manage the place. I feel like it would be better if there were continuous pressure. We probably wouldn't get fed off as much as we do. There's times that there's hundreds of elk on our place, but we don't disturb them because we only have one weekend a year that we can hunt them. And we can't be as selective either in age class doing it that way. So it's, and the muzzle elk hunt overlaps with our prime deer hunting season. So when we have people driving around in November 1st through 10th, which typically is the muzzle elk, we chase all the elk off, so we really only have one weekend we can hunt. And so this request is to give up some, basically trade some public hunting opportunities to get some more advantageous hunting opportunities for the bulls.
Thank you.
Hey, Dave, can you answer a question for me? Is it possible I'm guessing Grass Valley shoots similar bulls, maybe a little bigger, around, I don't know, around the 300, I'd guess. Is it possible on this size of acreage to not chase bulls off and get them shot on Grass Valley and vice versa and really manage a herd on 5,000 acres?
I think that'd be a tough task to go up there and hunt. I think that if you hunted that with 20 bull tags, you're going to run all the elk off there and they will end up on Grass Valley or East Fork. And that was my concern with being conservative with permit numbers.
I'm ready to have some discussion. I do have a question, though, probably for Chad or somebody, but I don't know whether you want to do that under the discussion.
No, I think we're fine. We've kind of went back and forth, but it feels like we got a lot of our questions out. Do you want to ask your question now, or do you want to start a discussion? Chris?
I'll ask it now. The underacreage CWMUs for elk seem to have a very low number of tags, and I'm not familiar with a lot of them. We just approved one, but I suppose somewhere there's a justification and rationale for each of them, that some predecessors or maybe some of you that were here granted those. It's not just arbitrary.
Most of our permit recommendations are done on the biologist level. So usually the biologist that knows the area will get with the operator and come to a conclusion on those numbers.
But there's one or two tags on the I don't know how many, maybe a dozen that are shown here that are below. There are 3 or 4 that are at the 6,000 range level of acres, and none at the 5,000. Again, I don't, as I sit back, it seems like that, to every rule, there's an exception, and then sometimes we make the exception the rule, and then the rules have no meaning. But maybe the next time I'll be asking for one.
Really quick, the numbers that you use, those are public hunters, correct? Or those? Yeah, so those, the 1-2 permits, those are the public hunters.
Thank you.
And then I think a lot of the under acreage CWMUs, Chris, that I know of, lie within limited entry units that were private hunting units, PHU units back in the 90s. And there were reasons why the minimum acreage was bumped up, because some of those, there were some that weren't functioning well. I think some of those have gone away, and we've kept a few of the old ones, but not many.
So that's exactly what I wanted to say. I've heard a lot of discussion in this, and Mr. Chair, if it's okay, I'd like to add that, and that is that I've heard a lot of discussion about the arbitrary number of 10,000 and 5,000. And I also understand that there are CWMUs that are smaller than the 10,000 that have gotten a variance in the past that function well, right? Nobody's arguing that. What we do have is we did have a test period of this, I said very similar program in the 90s that Mike just mentioned called the posted hunting unit, right? And when we first came out with that criteria, you didn't have to have this 10,000 acres contiguous to be a CWMU. I believe it was 5,000 acres for an elk CWMU. I believe. Don't hold me to that, but I know it was much smaller. And in speaking with the former biologists and also the former private lands coordinator, it was a nightmare. It just did not work. It was a bad hunting experience for the public on a lot of these, and a bad hunting experience for the operator. It wasn't arbitrary. It was because we had experience as an agency with smaller acreages. And as a rule, they did not work. So when we switched that, a lot of the PHUs jumped and merged with their neighbors and became better hunting units. With elk, bigger is almost always better. They are very susceptible to pressure. The study that Mr. Blonquist cited was one that I'm probably the biologist that you referred to that was mentioned in there. And we know they're very susceptible to pressure. And so when you can have larger acreages, you can move them around on a property without having them evacuate the property. Anyway.
Thank you.
Okay, let's turn it to committee discussion at this point. We've heard a lot on this. What are people's thoughts?
I mean, it is an interesting CWMU, and clearly there are elk on it, but boy, I don't feel like this is something that even the applicant is going to want. I mean, for heaven's sakes, we just talked about one that was only, 1,700 acres shy, and we're recommending 3 elk tags. I mean, on a 5,000 acre ranch, you'd probably want to recommend something like 3 to 5 elk tags, for heaven's sakes. I just don't know. And I can't imagine it getting a recommendation over 10 from the biologist. So I just don't know that it seems like a non-starter for the actual operator.
I was kind of thinking the same thing, just after the recommendations of the biologist, just with the 10 and 10. But then the operator shooting for 20, I don't know. But
I think the other side of that is my concern. We talked about this a couple of meetings ago with the deer unit that was here for complaint, is those units don't handle hunting pressure well because they're going to find a larger block to hide in. And so the way it sounds like he's hunting it now is he's basically holding that pressure off and then kind of rushing them. And so I'm not convinced that it'll handle that pressure. And so then we end up in front of the board with complaints about no elk on the property.
I mean, the longer seasons of the CWMU, of course, is what helps them to manage pressure, let the elk get back on there. And I understand that. And that's a very valid point that was made by Mr. Blonquist. I still stand with, my previous statement, though.
Yeah, I've been part of a ranch that held a lot of elk on it, and it was really small, and it would never have qualified for CWMU. And having said that, I probably, unfortunately, I think there's already an avenue to hunt the land and to harvest, numerous elk, and so I'd probably tend to not favor this.
If there's no more comments, I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we deny the variance request for the Neal Creek CWMU to create a underacreage elk, to allow it to be an elk CWMU, giving a variance for the underacreage. So I'm moving that we deny the variance.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Chris, a second by Greg. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, passes unanimously, 7-0, to deny the variance for Neal Creek to become an elk CWMU. Thank you. Next up, we have number 9, Mike Labrum is what I have. Yeah. So Chad, why don't you go ahead and produce this one? And is Mike with us today?
He was online earlier. Is he still?
Yeah, I see him.
I'm still online. Yes.
Great. Mike, how we'll do this is Chad will offer a quick summary of this request, and then we'll give you 10 minutes to speak on it as well. So go ahead,
Okay.
Chad.
Thank you.
Yeah, this one's called the Mike Labrum New CWMU because it's not a CWMU yet. I guess he hasn't picked out a name, but this is what he's requesting is down on the Beaver unit. He has some property, about 3,400 acres there, and he's looking to do a deer CWMU with it, and believes that it would hold and function as a deer CWMU. He is also the operator, just for note, of the Old Woman Plateau CWMU. Mike Christensen, can you pull up my summaries thing and pull up maps so we can see it?
Chad, are you good? Are you done? Okay. Mike, we'll turn it over to you. Can you see the screen?
Yeah, I can.
Okay. I'm going to start a timer. We'll give you 10 minutes.
Okay,
So
great.
go ahead.
All right. So there's been a lot of good points. I mean, even the last presenter as far as under acreage. And I'm not going to use the word arbitrate number. I know there had to be acreage, that there had to be numbers set, right? I mean, and so they are what they are. In this case, the deer CWMU minimum acreage has been set at 5,000. Now, granted, if there wasn't a variance allowed in the rule, if there was no variance, then that would be a hard and fast rule, and we wouldn't even be here. I think the reason there's variances that a variance is allowed is because when making the rules, they decided, okay, we have to set a number somewhere, but we also have to be able to look at properties that don't meet it and possibly look at quality of the unit. I guess we are the owners and operators of the Old Woman CWMU, so we've been in the program since it started. And so we actually have a non-contiguous CWMU, one of the few out there. And so we meet the minimum acreage requirements. They're just not touching. And so we fully understand how to operate a CWMU, how to be successful. Our success rates are very high on our CWMU. We do very well. Our public hunters, they end up hunting more time than any of our private hunters because they're local and they get to come back and come back and come back until they fill their tags. And so one of the things we know very well, I don't have it pulled up in front of me, but one of the pieces of the Old Woman Plateau is in that 8,000 range acreage, and the other is 4,000. And so and on the 4,000 acre huntable piece, we're given 10 tags a year. We have 8 that go private and 2 to the draw. That 4,000 acre piece would never qualify on its own for an elk CWMU. And now it doesn't sit. It doesn't sit contiguous to the other piece, but we could kill 10 elk a year on that 4,000 acre piece, no problem. And so that speaks to the fact that, yes, there is an acreage out there when it comes to these animals, but there's also a variance that I think begs the question, should we also look, when somebody's asking for a variance, should we look at the quality of the land? I mean, it shouldn't just be, you could have a 20,000 acre ranch that has 500 acres that's good hunting and 19,500 that's not. Or you can have a 4,000 acre ranch that's the best hunting in the state. So I think part of the variance is looking at the quality of the land itself and can it support it. And so on the beaver unit, now I know you'll see there is other private land around, even if we got all of the acreage, contiguous acreage there, I don't think we would meet the 5,000. We'd still be short. And so that's one of the reasons we have spoken to some of the landowners around us. But one of the reasons we haven't really driven hard on trying to get everybody involved. We have one that's not interested, and we have some we haven't spoken to. But either way, I don't think we would meet the minimum 5,000, even getting everyone. And so we've approached it with the acreage that we own. And are trying to do it that way. And so it doesn't mean that it couldn't expand in the future, but if we couldn't get to 5,000 anyway, I figured we're either going to get approved or not. And I don't know if I can't see in the room, so I don't know if Mike Wardle's there, but he's a biologist in our area. And one of the, I'll just kind of finish. I know you guys have heard the argument for under acreage and all the, there's been some arguments before mine. And one of the things about the beaver unit is there is not a CWMU on the beaver. there's other people that own large tracts of land. There's not very many pro wildlife large landholders on the Beaver. The Beaver is actually one of the units that I think is the top unit for most depredation money spent, because there's a lot of private landowners that just don't want the elk or deer on their land. And in our case, we're very pro wildlife. We have another CWMU we own and operate. I've talked to the biologist down there, Mr. Wardle, and I know he can't support us as far as yes vote, but he's expressed to me he's very excited to have a landowner that would be willing to work with game management and habitat improvement and water improvement and have and to be able to improve a large tract of land for hunting. And he's super excited about that, the possibility of that. And we are very pro wildlife, and the hard part about it is this large tract of land that's not, doesn't meet the acreage requirements. If it doesn't become a CWMU, I mean, we're going to infuse private money into this land to make it better. And so why not have it be in conjunction? Why not have it be in conjunction with the, are you guys still there? I look like I lost the meeting.
Michael, this is Salt
Yeah.
Lake. We still have you. We are just confirming whether Farmington, if we had a problem with the network. If you could hold for 1 second, we are still
Okay.
recording and live on YouTube. We'll
Okay.
check and be right back.
Okay, thanks.
We do have a confirmation. We're trying to get an ETA meeting. We'll be on hold for just a few minutes here.
Okay.
For those watching online, we're going to put up a standby technical message and put a clock. We're checking. It does appear to be network connectivity at this point. Thank you for your patience. for those online, it looks like we have just had network communications return. We're just in the process of confirming that. Please stand by. Farmington, can you hear us at this point? Farmington, we have no audio at this point. Could you please confirm?
Paul, can you hear us now?
Well, we can hear you now. DTS, if you'd please hold for 1 second. Chairman, our live stream is going. Let's restore the connection. Please stand by 1 second. Okay, recorder's running. Thank you. Please, Chairman, the meeting is yours. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that, everybody. We had some technical difficulties. Mr. Labrum, are you still with us?
I am. Can you hear me? I can hear you.
Yeah, we got you now. Yep. Yeah, so I'm not entirely sure where we got cut off. You're about 5 minutes into it, 5.5 minutes into it.
Okay,
So-
I'll try and make it quick. I know it's been a long night. So basically kind of where we're coming from on this is we would like the opportunity to work with the division and work with the biologists there and make this into a good hunting unit. If we don't become a CWMU, it's going to end up something where we put our own money into it anyway, and we're going to do some logging in there and some habitat restoration and some water improvements. We're going to end up just taking the private land tags that we get from the division anyway, and we're going to hunt it with family. And it's going to be something that the public doesn't have access to, and we end up hunting it. And so this is a way to work hand in hand with the Fish and Game or the DWR and the biologist and try and make it into something that we can manage and turn into a good unit. I mean, that's, you know, we'd love to see some areas where we can help produce, you know, good habitat, good places for deer to thrive. And so that's our goal. And I mean, it's something that we would love to do. And one thing I want to kind of get out ahead of, because I know the question's coming. There are many areas on the CWMU that do not have a fence. And one of the things that I know is very, very shortly coming down the pipeline, because we're dealing with it with the Old Woman Plateau, is that the rule of having enforceable and identifiable boundaries, I think is quickly going away. We have a meeting set up this week with the biologist for the Old Woman to deal with a few pieces of private or public land that are within our boundary because they needed an enforceable and identifiable boundary. Well, now with Onyx maps and the push from the public, they're now saying, well, let's try and remove some of that public ground because the public knows where they are because they have Onyx maps. And so we don't need those identifiable boundaries anymore. And that's coming. I mean, if it's not this year, I'd be surprised. I don't know why we'd be meeting with our biologists to remove public land if there wasn't a plan to have that rule obsolete. So I think the fact that we don't have fences around the entire property is going to become moot pretty quick because they've decided that if the public can know where they are on Onyx maps, there's no reason to have public land on the edges of these CWMUs, and so the ball kind of rolls the other way too. If that rule goes away of not needing identifiable boundaries, and so they're removing public land from some of these CWMUs, then the public and the private can also see where the boundary is, whether there's a fence there or not. And that is something that's imminently at our door because we're dealing with it right now. So I don't know that would be an issue. It seems like that part of the rule is going to be obsolete this year, if not by next year at the latest. So anyway, I think it's a great opportunity to partner with the division and manage a big private property that has not been accessible to the public for hunting. and improve it and make it a great place for habitat. And just so the board knows, we've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on the Old Woman of our own money, improving it for wildlife. There's been almost 25 years where we haven't even run cows on one of the pieces of property up there or anything, because it's strictly been wildlife. So we know what it's like to work hard and spend hours and hours and hours and hundreds of thousands of dollars improving land for the purpose of wildlife. And we can't do that in conjunction and in partnership for the benefit of the public unless we have a CWMU or somewhere for the public to go and enjoy the hunting. So anyway, that I'll end there and take questions, or if Mike's there and he wants to speak to it, he can, or whatever the board wants. So thank you. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Mike. Great timing. You're right at 10 minutes, so appreciate it.
Oh, great. I told you I'd end shortly, and I took the whole 10.
Yeah, you had 10 minutes, and some good explanation, so thank you for that. So I'll turn it over to the committee now. Do we have any questions for Mr. Labrum or Chad or Mike Wardle? We've got the biologist here as well.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
I feel like I need to say a few things. I have a particular interest in this property as in 1951, there was a weird kind of indenture given to Taft Paxton, who is predecessor to our company, and we hold a grazing easement. It was adjudicated by the courts. There was some litigation a few years ago where Gold Mountain Development's the predecessor to Mr. Labrum, Gold Mountain Development, and the Sorensen legacy, the Missouri Flats people that had our property before litigated as to who really controlled the surface. And it was adjudged that Gold Mountain owned the surface subject to a grazing easement and also the right to harvest aspen and chaparral, whatever that is that we own. And then this, what's that? Oak brush is chaparral. Thank you. We harvest a lot of it, I guess, for the acorns, right? And then there's this section that was on the map that's no longer there. It's Kitty Corner. That's also owned by us. It's contiguous with it. And so Mr. Labrum attempted to call me today, and I'm connecting the dots. He was asking me about the landowner rules that I've been asked to sit on another committee of the division, along with a couple of you. And, in the Beaver, there's probably a lot of private land, but not enough to get 50% that would join together to have a landowner association. So I think Mr. Labrum was calling me about that. But I don't know if I need to recuse myself, but I do have a pecuniary interest in the grazing under this land, as well as I'm adjacent to Kitty Corner on the northeast corner where there's an overlap with a section there. And then just by way of questions, I was wondering whether the 3,400 acres included some of the Forest Service lands that appear to be surrounded by green, and whether we're also being asked to grant an exception to include public lands in the 3,400 acres.
Yeah, I think that's a good question, Chris. Let's back up a little bit on this. Do you have a financial interest in any of these properties that are being asked to be included in the CWMU?
I have no interest. I will receive nothing from it being a CWMU. The only thing I have is two things: the right to graze this land in red, along with the forest permit. And I also own Kitty Corner, the piece that, and we haven't been approached, but if we were, we could perhaps include it, which would take it up to 4,000 acres.
Yeah.
But right now I have no financial interest in it being in or out of a CWMU. But I'm just disclosing that I know this area very well. It's the old Annie Laurie Kimberly Mining District, and I've given you the history there.
Okay.
So I don't know whether I need to recuse myself. I'm impartial as to whether or not it's approved. We'll view it under the merits, and it doesn't affect me.
Yeah, I think it's a tough one. I would say vote your conscience on this. If you feel like there's any shadow of a doubt that there might be a conflict of interest or a perceived conflict of interest, I would recuse myself to keep the integrity of the CWMU
I'll do
advisory
so.
committee.
I wanted to state that up front. Just
Okay.
so.
I think with that, it would be the discussion as well, because sometimes we recuse ourselves, but then we lead a discussion. And,
Oh, no, I know.
Yeah. And especially, I think where you've got that kitty corner piece that may be included down the road, this is probably the way to go. I would err on the side of caution. So,
Is this the last item?
this is the last item before other business. So, okay.
I just curious.
Yeah.
I have to go sit in the peanut gallery in the
No, you
back here.
don't. No, you don't. So I do think though, so yeah, are you going to recuse yourself then?
I
Okay.
am. I'm going to go sit in the peanut gallery.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I know Mike's playing video games back there because he's taking all the bandwidth on our internet. So it'd be a good idea. Okay. Mike, there was a good question though on this. The property, the Forest Service property that's in the middle of this, is that included in the 3,400 acres or is that excluded?
Well, we didn't, are you asking me or Mr. Wardle?
Oh, sorry. I was asking Mike Wardle, but I can ask either of you are open to.
I'd ask him. This is the first time I'm actually seeing the polygon of their
Okay.
property. So,
Mr. Labrum, can you answer that?
Yes, I can. So we didn't include it in the calculation, but just so the committee knows, we own the unpatented mining rights to those two sections of forest, which basically acts like a lease. So we control the surface activities, and I think they still graze it. So he's correct on that. They still, I believe, was it Mr. Robinson? They still graze that area. But as far as surface activities, where we own the non-patented mining mineral rights, mining rights to those two sections, it's the same as having a lease and being able to control access and stuff. Because if we were to start mining it, people aren't allowed to be in there on the mining property and things like that. So there is something there other than just a section of forest sitting in the middle of the private. So we do own the rights to the surface activities there. It's kind of like a lease, I guess, but.
I'm still not entirely sure. So it was not included in your acreage?
We did not include it in the counting of the acreage, but it's, I mean, we wanted to leave it out. I mean, technically, we thought about including it because technically we can restrict access to it, but we didn't include it because we didn't want there to be confusion as far as, whether they were included in the acreage calculation.
Okay, thank you.
Let's see, to Mike Labrum, it looks like there's public access to at least one of those pieces, is that right?
There shows a road on the map. There is a road there that's a private, it's actually a road that was put in by the previous landowners. It's not a public road. So the previous land, I don't want to get into a whole long story, but there is a road that goes through the corner of one of those Forest Service pieces of land. It is not a county public road. It is a private road. And so we're actually this spring going to be restricting access to that road. But that's another can of worms. But there is a non-county road that goes through the corner of one of those Forest Service pieces.
Do you know how big those Forest Service pieces are?
You know what? I don't. I kind of, when we were calculating acreage, I kind of left them out, and so I don't have them written down because I wasn't counting them, and so I do have that information because we have the unpatented mining rights to those, and every piece of unpatented or every piece of mining in there is about 20 acres, and so I could go back to the map and add up all the different mining claims in that forest and kind of give you a rough estimate. I just don't have, I apologize, I don't have it in front of me because I don't have it listed as one of the acreages.
And let's see, so when we have discussed variances of this nature, we typically talk about what options do you have to gain additional grounds that you could add to the CWMU.
And
do you have any
oh,
idea?
sorry, I didn't know if that was a question.
Pardon?
Oh, I didn't know if you were asking me or if you were still, or if you were.
Yeah, so I'm just wondering, do you happen to know that guy who owns the piece that's kitty corner to you there?
Yeah, well, my father knows them, and I think it has definitely dealt with them on the grazing because they do graze the area, and we would have no problem whatsoever, including I believe they have an entire section there, another 640 acres. So, and if the committee was to say, hey, if you could get a little closer to 5,000, that would make us feel better. Then there are a few other landowners, including Mr. Robinson, to speak with. If it was a hard no regardless, then it doesn't really matter whether or not we gather up an extra, 1,000 acres or not. It wouldn't put us to the 5,000. So, if one of the requirements of the committee was that we try and add some of those others, we are definitely open to it. We're not against including others.
Okay.
Anyway.
I got you. Thanks, Mike.
Yeah.
So to give you my opinion, this is Greg Wilding speaking. I definitely would encourage you to get closer to that. And is it 3,600 that you have or 3,400 that you have?
34.
It's 34.
34. I mean, give or take. It's, the survey maps were from the 1800s. So, I mean, but we've got it as close as we can.
Yeah. And so that one corner piece would be another 640. And I don't know if you listened to our last week's meeting, but we are pretty interested in including landlocked private lands into the CWMU and compensating for that.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, landlocked public lands.
Yeah.
Thank you, Milton. And so, I mean, I don't know how much that is, but I would surmise, what do you guys think? 60 acres, 80 acres?
150 acres.
150? So that brings us to a total right now of what is that, guys? 42?
So Mr. Labrum, this is Mike Christensen.
Yes.
Have you approached other landowners or you're just kind of feeling out the committee?
So I can't see the map anymore and to see which direction it was posted on your screen, but you can see where there's Mr. Robinson 640s kind of in the northeast corner. Then if you look at, of course, it's kind of sideways, but if you look at the southwest corner, there's kind of a little string of private that goes that way. And those are one of the other landowners that we would like to approach. If you look at the southeast.
But you haven't approached them yet. My question is pretty simple. Have you approached them or haven't you?
Yes, we have.
Okay.
Yes, we have. I was getting to that. Sorry. The southeast corner, you can see some more land going through the southeast corner. We actually own another 300 acres that has another landowner between us and our other 300 acres who is not interested in it. So he kind of is a roadblock to us adding that acreage over there. Or it's actually closer to 200 that we own on that southeast. So we do have someone on the northwest corner, or northeast corner, and the southwest corner that we could add acreage to. Yes, it won't get us to 5, but we're definitely willing. We would love to add whoever wants to be in there. We still won't get to 5, but we'd love to do it.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. I mean, I think a little bit more legwork, and the committee in the past has been open to, land that's surrounded by the forest lands or, public lands that can't be accessed as a CWMU, you know, to grant variances. That's kind of one of the benchmarks that we look at often. So.
Okay.
To Mike Wardle, how many deer tags would you be suggesting here if we did approve it, assuming they got close to 5,000?
So currently, they would qualify, if they were to submit for general landowner buck permits, they would qualify for 5 permits. So I'd likely be somewhere in that ballpark of 5.
And to Mike Labrum, would that keep you pushing this forward if it was 5?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I think too, working with Mr. Wardle, as we work to improve habitat, I mean, that number could always increase if we help with the deer habitat. So we would move forward with that number of tags. Now, granted, if we add the other acreage, it would probably go up. But yes, we're more interested in working with the division and making this a good unit. So,
thank you.
So yes, we would move forward.
Mike, Tim Price here. I have a Mike Labrum question. If we granted you this CWMU with variance, what would the public hunter's experience be like on this unit?
Well, I mean, if I can go, I'm not intimately familiar with this land. We've only owned it a year, so we've spent as much time as we could up there. But if we go off of what we've done with the Old Woman Plateau, we bend over backwards for the public. We understand that we are hunting a public resource on private ground, and so we know we want the public hunters to experience. I mean, we have a very high success rate of satisfaction on the Old Woman Plateau because, I mean, I can't tell you how many times I've helped a public hunter kill an animal just because I was up there and wanted to help them. I mean, I didn't make them. They didn't hire me. They didn't, they didn't pay me, and I just offered my assistance if they wanted it. And so, I mean, that's all I can say is off our track record. We do everything we can to make sure the public gets just as much access and the good times. I mean, we put our public elk hunt during the rut on the Old Woman because we want to make sure they have the best opportunity possible. So, and the deer the same. They get to hunt the best times of the year just like anyone else. So they're treated is just like we would be if we drew a tag. We would want to be treated as good as possible. So
Perfect. One more question is: are there deer to hunt on this piece of ground? Are we going to have to improve the habitat to make it more huntable?
Well, I can answer that, and possibly Mr. Wardle. In the time I've spent up there, there's a ton of water in there, and you can't go. I've seen a ton of deer. I've seen lots of bucks. You can't go to any water source in that property without deer tracks just coming in and out and all over. So part of the improvement in habitat I'm talking about is there are some places that are pretty heavily timbered with pine, and we'd like to open some of that up and get some new regeneration of good vegetation and things like that to improve it. But I could kill bucks, the times I've been in there. I could kill a buck most times I've been in there, but we've only owned it a year, so I haven't hunted it for a long time.
Did you want Mike to take a stab at that as well? Okay.
I can speak to that. I actually was looking at our collar data this week at this. So in the past 3 years, we've put out about 100 collars on the beaver unit. Of those 100 collars, we've had 2 deer that have used the property. So there's a lot of assumptions in this, right? But given the population estimate currently, if 2% of our collars represent how the deer are using the beaver, which isn't completely cut and dry, right? But if that was the case, you're looking at roughly 150 to 250 deer or something that could be using this property. It's high elevation summer range. There is a lot of older growth conifer on it, but there's, like Mr. Labrum's mentioned, there's a lot of good water resources. There's some high elevation sagebrush that's really good summer and fawning range.
I think we've got a lot of good information on this. I think I'm ready to turn it over to committee discussion. So what are our thoughts on this?
One thing to keep in mind with this, with some of the property that they add, so that one piece that's down on the southwest corner, it's not actually a corner-to-corner connection. There's an overlap because of a township line right there, so it makes it a contiguous piece per the rule. So makes it a pretty good fit to get them up to 4,200 acres or so pretty rapidly.
Yeah, I personally think there's a lot of options that they have. And if, I don't know that I would be ready to grant a variance tonight, but I think next year if they do the legwork and come back to us, after they've talked to those landowners that they can include, I think that I'd be more apt to listen into their case.
Seeing a bit of head nodding. Timmy, everything else to add?
Just one thing, I would love to see a CWMU on the beaver. I think that would be, there's not one in that part of the state. I think that provides local hunters a place that they know about and maybe can go have a great experience on the mountain. So, but I kind of agree. I think, let's see how much more acreage we can get. I think it looks like we can get it close to 4.5 pretty easy. So that would be my suggestion as well.
I was going to agree with that and then add too, it'd also give you an extra year to, see what your deer look like on the unit as well. So, you just even have a little bit more to discuss.
I've got a quick question for the committee. If this is the route we're thinking about going, there are a couple pieces that are non-contiguous that would add to the acreage. As you zoom in on this, this whole map is messed up. This is really how it goes with north being there. So the north, but you got some pieces on the east and the southeast that just aren't fully connected. Would it be the committee's desire to try to include those as well, even though they're not connected, and come back and try to get as much acreage, block up this whole piece?
Justin, I think that's his prerogative. So I think I'm in agreement with Mike and others that I think a little bit of legwork in this certainly gets legs pretty quick.
Yeah.
But I think we just kick it, at least my thoughts are maybe kick it back to him and let him figure out. Because according to Onyx, I'm showing it a little bit different than what's there. There's 800 acres on the southwest corner. There's probably another couple hundred on the southeast corner. So I think there's plenty of options there that could, if we start talking closer to 5,000 acres we get, then the easier it is to justify the variance. So I think that's kind of where I'm at.
I only ask because, depending on who owns what, to try to talk them into it, and then for us to deny it a year from now seems a little interesting because it's not connected. So I was just trying to get a sense for this committee on what our druthers are.
According to Onyx, most everything I'm looking at is connected, Justin.
Okay.
And I think that if there is a piece that's in close proximity that might not be connected, I think it should be included to give that person an option to be part.
I think when we get to making a motion here, we should be possibly trying to answer Justin's question and maybe give the applicant some specificity to what we're suggesting here so that we don't have him go do a bunch of work and then come back and we just deny it. Yeah, give him a benchmark.
I think I'm ready for a motion. Yeah, Tim, I haven't heard a motion from you on that, actually, now that I think about it.
I make a motion that we deny the variance as is today, but with further legwork from Mr. Labrum to pick up, I wouldn't say all of it, but I think, for sure the big section on the northeast, maybe the piece to the southwest, and maybe we can add his property non-contiguous, his 200 acres, and then add these Forest Service pieces inside the big block that if he came back, that we could approve the variance for the CWMU.
I'll second that.
Okay, we've got a motion by Tim, a second by, was that Mike Lauder? Oh, Clint. Okay. Second by Clint. Any discussion on the motion?
Would it be possible, I'm not going to make an amendment, but would it be possible to amend it to not use the term about the Forest Service lands? I don't have enough information about what those lands are. I don't know. I mean, when there's roads that have been used by public, I think that muddies the waters a little bit for me. I don't want to say that hinges on that we would include those. Just with, I'm not the public lands.
However, Mike, if you think
Representative.
back to the first week here, we put forth a motion and approved it, that we encouraged CWMUs to include those landlocked pieces, and it's not a private road, or it is a private road.
That's what the CWMU, that's what the landowner is telling us. But I've been part of access points that have been used by the public for so long that it becomes a grandfathered easement. So I don't know that it is or isn't. That's why I would say that.
So how about we amend it to where if he gets all the additional properties, then more than likely we include those properties as well, but not initially going into it thinking, oh yeah, I'm going to count these for my total acreage.
Yeah, the
But
Forest
if I get
Service.
the additional lands, I will include that Forest Service on top.
Yeah. Second.
I think we also, hold up. I think we need to be careful. I think we should back up and be a little less specific. I think we should encourage him to or just get as close to the 5,000 acres as possible, because we don't want to necessarily commit. Because I think the original wording of that motion was a little bit, you do this and we'll give you that. I think we have to be careful to stay away from that so that we're not leading him with this proposed CWMU. So I think we just have to say, we encourage you to go try to add additional acres to bring this closer to the total acreage and leave it at that.
Yeah, I was just thinking, Tim just said the same thing, that maybe we should just deny it. And then after we deny it, we give him some parameters of what we're looking at. So it's not in an actual motion. Is that what you're?
Clint, you comfortable with that?
Yeah, that sounds good
I'm
to me.
okay if we do two motions on this. So we have a motion on the table, and it's a wordy one. Maybe I shouldn't nudge Tim I'm just kidding. So the motion that I have is to deny the variance request and encourage him to do more legwork to pick up as much private land as possible and determine if the forest lands are truly landlocked. That's kind of my take home on it. But if we want, we can break this up and say, deny the variance request, period, and then do another motion that gives some guidance. You comfortable with that approach? Okay, so you comfortable with that motion?
Yeah.
Okay, so the motion to simplify it is going to be to deny the variance request to be a deer CWMU. I've got a motion by Tim, second by Clint.
Yep.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, Kristen, are you still with us?
Yes.
Did you capture some of that?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so we had a motion to deny the variance request to be a deer CWMU. Now I'm open to a motion again to give a little bit more guidance moving forward.
Does it actually have to be a motion?
No, it doesn't have to be a motion. We can just give feedback. That's probably better.
That's what I was
say
wondering, if we
let's
could
do
just
that.
give feedback.
Okay. Mr. Labrum, you still with us?
I am. I can hear you.
Okay. You've heard our discussion, so I feel a little silly speaking directly to you. Is it clear what we're asking you to do?
It is. It's clear. And what I'll also do to help with the committee next time is I'll get you more of a clear rule on those two pieces of forest and our ability to control access based on our mining claims, so that you know whether there's a road there or not, we can control who goes in and out of those. So based on our ownership of the mining claims for the forest ground. So I'll kind of get some clarity on that for you too.
Yeah, and the reason that would be helpful for us is because last week we talked about landlocked CWMUs. And if a property, a federal, Forest Service property is truly landlocked, it makes sense to include it in the CWMU. But if there's public access to it and the public can access these properties via road or easement or anything else along those lines, then it's our preference as a CWMU advisory committee that those wouldn't be included. So if that
And
helps you.
that makes sense. That makes sense. I don't think the public would be able to hunt it anyway based on our mineral rights, but if they can get access to it, I guess they can go in there and look around. But either way, I'll get you some clarity on that.
All righty. Thank you. Anything else for Mr. Labrum, or are we good to move on to number 10? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Yep. Okay, next up on the agenda is other business. Again, we've had a long night. We're coming up on 4.5 hours. Before we move on this, I want to commend the committee. We went through some hard things tonight. 7 action items that were not easy. I don't think any of these were a gimme. And anyways, just appreciate everybody's attention to detail and keeping this things moving and the effort you put in. So thank you. We have anything else we want to do other business?
Well, so we talked about meeting one more time to go over the rule and some of those issues that we've seen. I know you said to email last time. I mean, do you just want us to email the group, or, do you want us to what's the?
No, I think if you have other agenda topics that you want, I would email Chad. Where this is a public meeting, I don't want a lot of email back and forth with, especially making decisions. I think if we're talking agenda items and things that we would bring forth to this meeting, I think that's great, and we can send it to Chad, and Chad can communicate to the group. But I don't want to handle any business via email. Let's be open.
Yeah, because there are some items that we brought up over the last 3 or 4 years that we haven't ever addressed in rule, and it would take a rule change. And I don't know if we're going to revisit the rule. I know Chad said that we were. So I think it'd be good if everybody would email their thoughts to Chad, and then he can compile those and set up another meeting so we can all hang out together again.
I would say this. I've thought a lot about the rule changes, and Chad's up to his eyeballs in the landowner association rule changes, so we're not going to pile on until he's done with that. But I do think as we start making progress on the CWMU rule, which is, I think we're going to look at some of that this summer, correct, Chad? Just thumbs up, thumbs down, yeah?
Yeah, the plan is as soon as we're done with the landowner permit rule to start cracking into the CWMU.
So we have a couple options with that. If we discuss the CWMU rule with this entire body, it has to be a public meeting. And the reason it does is because it was determined a few years ago by our Attorney General's office that when we meet, we're the CWMU Advisory Committee. So that to me seems tough to talk about all the scenarios, the what ifs, the trade-offs, the good ideas, the crazy, stupid ideas, everything that goes on in committees. And so I think, Chad, if we have a public meeting or a committee, I do think it makes sense to pull 2 or 3 committee members off of this to represent the CWMU Advisory Committee. But if we're going to talk about any rule thing, we need to do it openly. So unless we're talking directly with that committee, and those committees are not subject to public meetings. So just something to consider as we move forward. But Mike, do you have anything? The one note I have on here earlier is one of the motions we had was to bring forth section 13 in the rule. So let's put that on the agenda item for next time as it relates to, where are my notes here? Yeah, the season dates and the extensions. Thank you, Mike. So we can add that. Is there anything else we'd want to add for next agenda? Go ahead, Mike. It looks like you're wanting to.
Well, I just think that, there are some topics like antlerless opportunity. I mean, that's where the public gets their bulk of their opportunity, but it's limited to 2 days. And many times it's pushed at the worst times of the year to do that. There's little almost housekeeping type things, like a CWMU is not required to, let guests on. And that seems like that's not a fair and equitable cooperation there. Just little things like that. I'll just email them over to Chad and then.
I think those are fine things to talk about as a committee. I mean, that falls under the administration of the program, which is what we're supposed to advise on. So Chad, just real quick, do you want to give us a heads up on what the next committee's going to be about? Because I think this will be our fourth and last one of the year.
Yeah, mostly I just wanted to do, have antlerless discussion. So just different measures. Originally I was thinking would bring people in, but I might be better for us to just talk about the measures that we want to hold them to, or the ones that we want to flag. Like if they're, we had some of these tonight, but if you're don't have as many cow tags as bull tags, do we want to bring those people in? Or if their success rate's low or their satisfaction's low, like what criteria do we want to look at is a lot what I want to go over. And hopefully by then I'm working on this, some spreadsheets and stuff to track it all. And so we can look at some examples, real life of like, okay, this is people that we need to get on. Kind of, actually it was Andrew's presentation. He, even, so maybe not even just antlerless, but just in general, but he pointed out some CWMUs that perhaps we need to monitor a little bit better if they're underperforming as much as he was saying they were.
It's a fair point. The other thing to update this committee that Chad and I talked about on our last meeting is we spent a lot of time with each CWMU that had public land involved in it, and whether we had access or not. And, some of them on paper, you look at it and you say, why on earth would the CWMU Advisory Committee ever approve that? On paper, it doesn't make sense. And so on our Utah Hunt Planner, one thing we talked about was adding a section called public lands. And if public lands are enrolled in a CWMU, then based on the motions of this committee and what we take forward, having a justification for each CWMU and why the public land is included, because it should be something that we can pull up and say, here's the 3 or 4 bullet points as to why public land is included, and here's the public benefit that's associated with it. And so I think Chad and his team are going to be working towards that. So just a heads up.
I would recommend that we potentially just look at putting that in the information for the CWMU, both and maybe that's what you're suggesting. I just misunderstood you, but I also think it would be good to link the trade lands with that CWMU. So maybe when they click on that CWMU, they can see what trade lands are associated with it. And again, the justification for those trade lands. I think it would make it more transparent. It'd make it easier to find that information. It would readily be available. And I think it would help alleviate some of the griping that and sometimes well justified, that goes on about why a particular situation is the way it is.
And one thing of other business that just kind of jogged my memory is I feel like the committee was kind of worried about, and the division worried a little bit about the trade lands and what we were trading and what we were receiving in return. And so is it part of this committee to specify what we should expect from trade lands within CWMU, within the CWMU program, or is that above our pay grade? Like, I don't think it should be by the biologist. I almost think it should be kind of like, this is like trade lands are, for all species. It's kind of how we felt, but.
Yeah, I think when we open the rule up, we really need to dive into trade lands, because it's really pretty vague. Like there's not a lot of direction. And I think when we open up the rule, we need to put that direction in the rule a little bit more. So so we know how to handle it. But I think it is a good practice for it to at least come through here, and there's just more transparency to it and people understand it, so.
With that, I also think helping to clarify the rules or clarify that trade. I felt like last time we were here, last week, we kept saying, oh, let's just have the biologist do that, meaning to make some of those really hard decisions. As I thought about that, sometimes that puts a biologist in a difficult spot because they're making those decisions. They live in those communities, and we've just put extra, they already have to make hard decisions, but I feel like we've just put extra pressure on them for some of these vague terms such as trade lands that maybe if as a committee we define those a little better, it would make it easier for the biologist. So I guess I would be interested in some feedback there, but that's something we could also discuss.
Yeah, and I agree. It is sometimes difficult for the position biologists are in. And so I don't know, when I was a biologist, I really liked those. I still do as a coordinator. I like rules and guidelines to fall back on. And it's like, this is the reason I'm making this decision, not because I dislike you or anything else, but yeah, to have something to back you up.
Well, I think that helps with the transparency too, because then it doesn't, Mike Wardle doesn't like me and that's why he's doing this to me, right? He has a rule to justify that decision. So it's not as arbitrary, which again, then takes some of that pressure off the biologist.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Well, if there's no other business, I would love a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion by Eric, second by Tim. On favor?
Aye.
Good night, everybody. Thank you.